Yo, this is Set with Set Media, man. I'm here to talk to you about our partner, Kalshi. Kalshi is the largest legal prediction market in the United States with over 1 million users. It's available in all 50 states. They are a real money market, people trading on what they think will happen. You can build a position and trade in and out of almost any prediction you think. Kalshi facilitates trade between people kind of like the stock market. There's no limiting your trades just because you're winning. Kalshi will pay you interest on your position. So if you make a long-term trade, you can earn a return even before the market is resolved. If you want to try out Kalshi, go ahead and give them a try, guys, at my link, kalshi.com/setmedia. Get $20 when you trade 20, so it's 20 for 20, guys. Once again, that's kalshi.com/setmedia. Go ahead and use my code setmedia to get $20 when you trade 20. Let's go ahead and take a look here at Kalshi, because like I said, it is a trading market where you can put in your prediction and you can go ahead and earn interest on that. You can make money off the knowledge that you know, and if you put $20 in, you get $20 back. So all right, guys, make sure to go check out my guy at Kalshi, because you can get in on good trades like who will Trump nominate as Fed chair, will Ali Khamenei be outed as the supreme leader, and will the US confirm that aliens exist before 2027. So if you want to get in on this action, once again, go ahead and go to my partners at Kalshi. Go ahead and use the link, or you can hit the QR code above and use Set Media to go ahead and get $20 when you trade 20. This is Set from Set Media, and shout out to Kalshi. All right, man. Shout out to our guys over there at Kalshi, guys, and we are live. Yo, this is Set Media, and I'm back with another one, guys. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get right into it. We got 2 announcements from Trump, and then we got to get into this whole confusing ceasefire that I'm so happy that happened. But let's see if it's an actual ceasefire, because people are throwing in their doubts. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and double tap that stream, and let's get into Trump taking questions.
I think 100 is really the, so I support that, and I support common sense.
Would you be comfortable with a deal that involves separating ICE funding from the DHS funding package in order to reopen?
Well, they're working on all of that. That's a detail that they'll explain later. Please.
Integrity and DHS measures, Mr. President, since CISA falls under DHS.
Yeah, the government is still under a partial shutdown. DHS is not getting funding. The only department in DHS or agency in DHS is getting funded is ICE. And sadly, since the Dems can't get no ICE reforms or get the Trump administration to reform ICE, they're going to go after all of DHS and make sure that they don't get funding and that they go without pay. TSA, Coast Guard, cybersecurity, etc.
And given that many credible voices have raised concerns over its premature and possibly likely faulty 2020 election assessment, will you and Secretary Mullen implement reforms at CISA and at DHS to ensure full confidence in future elections, like in the upcoming?
We'll talk about it, pros and cons. Look, they used it to try and put me in prison, right? So I can't be thrilled with it. They use that very strongly, very illegally. The Democrats are thugs, and I don't want to say that. It would be nice to everyone get along, but it's a different country than it was years ago. It was very dangerous the way they used it. And they weaponized government. They used that to weaponize government. So I'm not thrilled, but I'll also go along with 2 groups of people, the military, and I think the military likes it, right? And I'll go along with the senators. I'm fine. But I was a big victim of it. Yeah, please.
Are you going to send Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff to do direct negotiations with the Iranians?
Yeah, well, we're in negotiations, as it turned out. And now you've seen what I said yesterday was exactly correct. We're in negotiations right now. They're doing it along with Marco, JD. We have a number of people doing it. And the other side, I can tell you, they'd like to make a deal. And who wouldn't if you were there? Look.
And here's the problem with what Trump is saying. Like I said, I hope this is what's going down, because according to the Iranians, there's no talks Like, they don't know what Trump is talking about. They've said we've already laid out what we wanted. If those aren't being met, then there's no ceasefire. So we're wondering what Trump is honestly talking about when he's saying, "Oh, I'm talking to these people," and they ask him, "Well, you talking to the Ayatollah? You talking to the new supreme leader?" He's like, "Nah, and I'm talking to somebody else." And this was leaving everybody confused. And then we got the Iranian foreign minister saying that no, there's no talks going on. So let's see how things are playing out. Let's see if Trump is actually talking to somebody in the regime, or is he just trying to save time or save face by backing out of that 48-hour ultimatum?
Their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone, their communications are gone. That's the biggest problem. It's very hard to communicate them between themselves. All of the anti-aircraft is gone. Most of their missiles are gone. We either shot them or they shot them and don't have them anymore. They're down to a trickle. They're pretty much everything they have is gone. I don't know. Can you name one thing that's not gone, or can you name one thing that's doing well? You know, if you read the papers, you think we're tied. You think we're in a tough battle. We are roaming free over Tehran, the city, Tehran, as opposed to Iran. We're roaming free. We can do whatever we want. And as you know, today we were going to have the
guys, do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support.
Privilege of shooting down a very big electric generation plant, one of the biggest in the world. And one shot to the right location ends the plant, it collapses. And we held off based on the fact that we're negotiating. You know,
was the turning point to make you want to pursue a ceasefire? A few days ago, you said you wanted to continue bombing Iran. Now you want to pursue peace talks. Was there something
the
that
fact
happened?
that they're talking to us and they're talking sense. And remember, it all starts with they cannot have a nuclear weapon. Just, I said yesterday, they said, what are the top 10? I said, well, number 1, 2, and 3 is they can't have a nuclear weapon. And they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And we're talking about that. And I don't want to say in advance, but they've agreed they will never have a nuclear weapon. They've agreed to that.
How do you ensure they won't have a nuclear
Your
weapon?
former Border Patrol.
Here's a problem with that. They've been agreed to never have a nuclear weapon since 2004. I mean, they even made it a religious law. So that's not anything new. What would be something new is, well, if they're willing to get back under what they're willing to agree with the Iranian foreign minister said that they were agreeing with in the second round of negotiations, which was they will give up their nuclear enrichment, they'll give up their stockpiles, they'll let it get watered down. Like, that's what we're looking for, because you already know that they weren't going towards nuclear weapons. Like, they made a religious law in 2004.
Chief Greg Bovino said his only regret is that he didn't catch more illegal aliens. What's your reaction to that?
Who said that?
That's your former Border Patrol chief. He just retired.
Well, I mean, we captured a lot. They were allowed into the country by Sleepy Joe and that group of incompetent people that were, he was the worst president ever, the group of incompetent people. To me, that's the biggest scar. Inflation, they caused the highest inflation we've ever had. We've already gotten rid of it. The biggest scar is what they did, the people that they allowed from prisons all over the world. They came from the Congo, from all over South America. Rough people, really tough people. So, no, I understand what he means. He would have liked to have captured more. I'm not capturing so much as removing. We're removing thousands of people, and many are self-deporting because we're going after them so powerfully that they're self-deporting. Tom, going back, I think that's one of the big unkept secrets.
Yeah, we've had way more people who self-deported than actual deportations. Deportations are at 600,000, 700,000, but our self-deportations, the people who self-deported is over 1 million. So shout out to that. And like I said, a lot of people took the nice way out. That's why we're not really feeling too bad when we have to, do it the mean way, which is hunting these undocumented immigrants down, kicking in doors, locking them up, and deporting them. And I can't feel too bad about that. It sounds gruesome, but you can't feel bad because, there was a nice way. Yeah, they could have self-deported, but they chose not to.
We have thousands and thousands of people, and they're self-deporting. They're going back to where they came from. But what we want really is the criminals. We're really focused on those criminals, getting them out. Yeah.
Message right now to Democrats and also to Americans that are stuck at airports is really devastating watching it online because Democrats won't fund DHS.
What's
the
devastating?
message to Americans right now stuck at airports as we speak because Democrats won't.
Well,
fund
they
DHS.
just don't. They won't look. This is a deal that was
Overpriced.
done in the great big beautiful deal, which gave you the biggest tax cuts ever, including no tax on tips and no tax on Social Security for the seniors. Think of it: no tax on overtime, tax deductions when you buy a car. You take money, pay interest on the money, you deduct it. We've never had that for people buying cars. If it's an American car, only if it's an American car. But they are just what they stick together, the Democrats. I tell you, I give them great credit for that. We have some that they're not good stickers. We have guys like Tom Massey in Congress, who's terrible. He's just terrible, terrible person. I call him Rand Paul Jr., but they don't vote. Rand Paul, rarely votes for.
Oh, guys, make sure to like the video, guys, especially if you're on the horizontal. Make sure to tap that like button. Let's get those likes up, guys.
Stuff. Likes me, says I'm a great president. He said the other day, I'm a great president, one of the greatest presidents. But I said, do me a favor, vote for us and don't call me a great. I'd rather have the vote than the statement. But we have people that don't stick together, and those people hopefully will someday be gone. The thing I most respect about the Democrats, even on horrible policy, they stick together. What they do have, though, is horrible policy. Transgender for everyone, open borders, men and women's sports.
And the problem with the Dems is all they do is complain and don't have no strategy of their own. Like, they'll sit there and complain about Trump's economic plan, but they don't have a good economic plan of their own. They'll sit there and complain about how Trump is trying to bring back jobs to America, but they didn't got no plan of their own. Like, at a certain point, the only thing y'all doing, well, I'm be real, the only thing y'all really doing is just, well, criticizing Trump without having no real plan of y'all own. And at a certain point, nobody wants to hear that. Like, we get it. You don't like what Trump is doing, but do you have a better solution? Do you have a better option? Oh, you don't? Then I'm sorry. Then stop complaining, because you guys look pathetic. And it's getting retarded at this point. And honestly, the Dems are losing out on a pivotal moment. I mean, yeah, a lot of people are disgruntled with Trump, what he's doing right now. And instead of coming up with a plan of action, you're coming up with a plan of criticism.
The worst policy that you can imagine. And so whether they stick together or not, they have just this terrible policy. We have great policy. Republicans have great policy. We have common sense policy, but it's great policy. That's our biggest advantage, is our policy is correct. Yeah, please.
President, are you encouraging our allies in the Gulf to be more involved in the Iran operation?
Say it.
Are you encouraging our allies in the Gulf to be more involved in the Iran operation?
Yeah, a little bit, but more NATO. I think our Gulf allies have been pretty good, to be honest with you. UAE's been hit so hard. He got hit by 1,400 rockets, shot them all out of the air with our great Patriot missiles. Think of it, they shot 100 missiles at one of our aircraft carriers, the Abraham Lincoln, one of the biggest ships in the world, actually. And out of 101 missiles shot, every single one of them was knocked down in the sea. Think of that. Think of what that means. 101 missiles, highly sophisticated, very fast missiles shot. Out of 101, all 101 were shot down, and now, for the most part, lie at the bottom of the sea. It's pretty amazing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty amazing. Our military is amazing, Pete. You know the attack I'm talking about recently? 101 shot.
And here's the crazy thing is, like, is this ceasefire just between us and Iran, or does the Gulf states get spared as well? Because if that's the case, then that's not happening. What was it? It came out about 22 minutes ago. Iran attacks escalate across Gulf states after deadly strike in Bahrain. So what ceasefire is going on when Iran's still attacking the Gulf states, when Israel is still attacking Iran? Where's this ceasefire happening at? I'm confused.
Wow. I saw that. You can see we have sort of pretty good equipment that we see.
Oh, shoot. Hey, Terry. Yo, it's Chase. What's going on?
It's called the red line. Those red lines were thick, right? I said, that's a lot. And then we saw them one by one just get shot. And these guys that do the shooting are the coolest cucumbers ever. Most people, you don't have a lot of time.
Okay, you got any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements? You can go ahead and send it in a super chat. I'll go ahead and read it out loud and engage with it. Appreciate the support. Other than that, I mean, you can just keep asking it, but I'm not going to answer it. But I appreciate you still, showing engagement in the chat.
When a missile's going at 2,500 miles an hour, I don't care how far away it is. You don't have a lot of time. But I watch them. I watch them sit down and think. Great students, MITs, a lot of MITs, a lot of guys like this. They're not as much into the muscle as they are this one right here, and amazing. Just watch them perform under great pressure because they have a matter of seconds to do it. If they don't do it properly, it's a big problem, because these were powerful. These were very powerful missiles coming. And so a lot of people choke. They don't choke. These guys don't choke. They're the best in the world. We have the best in the world. Yeah.
Mr. President, what would be your message today to the TSA agents who have been staying home in recent days amid this impasse?
Well, some of them are needing money, because the Democrats cut off their money. I blame them.
Yeah, I know. And it's like the second time in a year. I mean, can you imagine how what these TSA agents are going through? It's like, bro, they just got paid back again, like what? End of November, December, January, and boom, paycheck gets cut off again. Like, bro, they only got like what, 2 months of pay in. And then boom, this conflict pops off, conflict/war pops off, gas prices rise, they're not getting paid, and it's more expensive now to get to work. Like, bruh, I definitely do feel bad, and my heart hurts for them. But I gotta blame the Dems on this one. Outside of the conflict that the war, outside of the problems that the war bring on them, let's be real. The Democrats are the one that's keeping their pay from them. They're the one that's voting no on it because they want to get at ICE. And they're using American people as leverage.
Democrats more than anything else. But some of them, they didn't get paid because they're not funded by the Democrats. This is a Democrat problem. In fact, I actually said to the Senate, why would you say this is a Democrat problem? I think the polls are showing us a Democrat problem. And they'll do anything actually to hurt our country so they can try and win the midterms. And if we ever went back to our old policies, we wouldn't have a country left.
If they get a deal, Republicans and Democrats in the Senate, to fund all but enforcement operations of ICE, to get those TSA agents repaid and to open up the rest of the department, would you sign that?
Well, I don't want to comment until I see the deal, but as you know, they're negotiating a deal. I guess they're getting fairly close, but I think any deal they make, I'm pretty much not happy with it. These guys came in, they wouldn't pay people. They had a deal to pay. They had to break their deal. The Democrats broke the deal that we had. It was all done. Everything was fine. And then they just said, well, we're not going to pay anymore. And they hurt our country. And at a very difficult time because, we are at, as they would say, a war. They call it a war. I call it a military operation. A very like successful one.
All week he's pulling a Putin on us. That's hilarious.
Successful like nobody's ever seen before. Hey, Venezuela was equally as successful. That was a great thing. No, the Democrats had a deal. It was a done deal. And then they said, well, we're not going to pay. And so a lot of people suffered over that and put our country in danger. You have another question? You haven't been here in a while.
It is Homeland Security, though. That is wild.
Can you give us any more sense of who exactly in Iran it is, either Witkoff and Kushner and others are speaking with?
Yeah, we had, I hate to say this in front of these young people. They're not children. I spoke to most of them. They sound like adults to me, even though they are sort of children, right? They'll always be your children. But I hate to say it, but we killed all their leadership. And then they met to choose new leaders, and we killed all of them. And now we have a new group, and we can easily do that. But let's see how they turn out. We have really.
I mean, I don't know about that, bro, especially when the people in Iran are still, supporting the supreme leader. And we haven't seen this man. So I can see where Trump is getting this from. Like, we have not seen the supreme leader whatsoever. He hasn't made a public announcement. We've only heard like readouts of his written statements. And we don't even know if those written statements actually even came from the guy. So what's the problem here is that, so Trump is pretty much saying that he's talking outside of the Ayatollah and outside of their power. And I'm just like, well, who are you talking to? Because the only people that hold power in Iran is the Ayatollah. And I mean, unless the Kurds done took over, unless you're talking about some outside party that's against the Ayatollah, then okay, cool, great. Maybe there's some 3D chess to be played here. But as of now, as it stands, it does seem like Iran is still being ran by this same radical group of, well, Muslims, or a radical group of Shia Muslims. Why? Because they're continuously attacking the Gulf state. They're continuously attacking Israel. And there's a new leadership that we're working with. Well, it can't be any different from the Ayatollah, because look at the actions that are still being carried out.
Regime change. This is a change in the regime because the leaders are all very different than the ones that we started off with that created all those problems. So this was, I think we can say, Jason, this is regime change, right?
What makes you trust them?
I don't trust anybody. I don't trust you. I mean, that's only because I know you. But if I didn't know you, I'd probably have more trust. But I don't trust anyone. Why do you say that? Why do you say what makes you trust? Do you think I trust them? I don't trust them.
Then why bother talking to them?
Because they're going to make a deal. They're going to make a deal. They did something yesterday that was amazing, actually. They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. It was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money.
Cool.
And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize. And they gave it to us, and they said they were going to give it. So that meant one thing to me: we're dealing with the right people.
Is that nuclear related?
No, it wasn't nuclear related. It was oil and gas related. And it was a very nice thing they did. But what it showed me is that we're dealing with the right people. Because, you don't know, because the leadership was killed, all gone. Khomeini, all gone, as the expression goes, the past supreme leader. And then the new supreme leader was racked up, at a minimum, racked up pretty good. And everyone else was gone. And then many of the people in the third tier are gone. But we're dealing with a group of people that I think turn out. And the present, the gift they made to us was very significant. And they said they were going to do it, and it happened. And they're the only ones that could have done it. Jennifer?
I mean, I wish you'd, like, bro, what gift? What did they do for us that showed you that you were dealing with different people? Because what's going on right now, I mean, it kind of shows that we're dealing with the same people. So, I mean, I would love for him to explain that. What gift that they showed you? What good gesture? Because they didn't open up the Strait of Hormuz. We know that. And they still got people paying like $2 million and said they got to purchase oil in Chinese yuan. Like, that's still going on. So who are you dealing with?
To the Strait of Hormuz and the flow of.
Yeah, it was related to the flow and to the strait. Yeah, it was.
Are you negotiating on who's going to control the strait from now on?
No, we'll have control of anything we want. Look, if we can end this without more lives being down, without knocking out $10 billion electric plants that are brand new and the apple of their eye, I'd like to be able to do that, But they can't have certain.
God, do me a favor and like the video, guys. Let's go ahead and beat the shadow ban by one, double tapping that screen, liking the video. And if you're on the horizontal, just make sure to hit that like button, guys. Appreciate the support.
Things. I mean, you know the things. I don't have to go over the list, but again, it starts with no nuclear weapons, and they've agreed to that. There won't be any nuclear weapons. They're not going to have, and they're not going to have enrichment, any of those things. But look, I hate to say that we're in a very good bargaining position, and I hate to say that they're defenseless because, until that last missile is fired, they have little power. But we are in about the best bargaining position. We're way ahead of schedule. And again, they have no Navy and they have no Air Force and they have no missile protection, and most of their missiles are gone. Most of their launches we've killed. We've killed about 82% of their launchers. So even if they had a missile, they can't launch it. We've been very fast. We have the greatest military in the world. Nobody even comes close. We have the best military equipment in the world. Go ahead.
On Saudi Arabia, there's been some reporting that you've been talking to the Crown Prince. Have you been focused on normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel?
Oh, no, we have a great relationship with Saudi Arabia. What do you hear with Saudi Arabia?
Just hearing that you've been talking and that he has been encouraging you to do certain things related to Iran. Can you share?
Well, he's a warrior. He does. Yeah, he's a warrior. He's fighting with us, by the way. Saudi Arabia has been excellent, and UAE, excellent. And I will tell you, Qatar, incredible. Qatar took a hit, pretty bad hit. Qatar is very close. You know, they're essentially, you can walk right over the border. Qatar took a hit. They've been great. They've been very strong. Kuwait, they had a little mishap. They shot down 3 planes with our missiles. They happen to be our planes, but the pilots made it. Can you imagine the pilots making it? The pilots saw what was coming. And they said, those are Patriots. We're not going to escape Patriots. And they got out of there pretty quick, Pete, right? Pretty amazing that they got out. The 3 pilots lived. They're fine. In fact, they're flying today.
Was the Kuwaitis that accidentally fired the missile?
Yeah, the Kuwaitis made a mistake. They fired. They thought they were firing at the enemy. It was, as the expression goes, friendly fire. But the pilots are great. They're flying today. Pretty amazing when you think of it. Yeah.
President Trump, on a human level, how hopeful are you that this peace deal will work out? Like as a human,
On what?
on a human level, not as the president of the United States. How hopeful are you that this peace deal will work out with Iran?
You're talking about to end it? Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't
Okay.
tell you for sure. You know, I don't like to say this. We've won this. This war has been won. The only one that likes to keep it going is the fake news. I mean, the New York Times.
I mean, like, look, like I said, this is an asymmetric war. So it's not about, oh, who destroyed more of who. It's about, well, how much damage are they willing to inflict until we just want to call it off? And that's the true purpose of this war. The purpose of Iran is not to beat the U.S. Army or the U.S. military. The purpose of Iran is to survive. And yes, sadly, they're still surviving. They're still able to close down the Strait of Hormuz. The regime is still in power, and they're still striking our allies in the Middle East. So where's this ceasefire happening at? I mean, if they stop striking us, I mean, okay, great. I love that. But what about our allies in the region?
You read the New York Times, it's like we're not winning a war where they have no Navy and they have no Air Force and they have no nothing. And we literally have planes flying over Tehran and other parts of their country. They can't do a thing about it. For instance, if I want to take down that power plant, that very big, powerful power plant, they can't do a thing about it. It's like, take me. That's all they can do. And yet, if you read the New York Times or if you watch ABC fake news or NBC fake news, you'd say it's a close battle. It's not a close battle. They're totally defeated. You know, we killed their Navy in, would you say 3 days, Pete? Gone.
Oh, shoot.
In fact, I was a little upset with Pete. I said, why didn't
Shout some of y'all out in the chat. Yo, what's going on, my man? Oh, hey, Nurse. Hey, Nurse Terry. Appreciate you for pulling up. Shout out Josh, my man Jet. And I know Anonymous is here too. And I
you
said,
save
hey,
the
Jet.
ships? We could have used them, right?
Guys, don't forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate y'all. And if you're on Facebook, we got a couple of y'all on there. Go ahead and like the video as well.
He said it's more fun shooting them down. But the Navy was wiped out in a very rapid order. Pretty impressive for you guys, you champion wrestlers, right? When you hear this stuff. But you don't, if you read the news, you don't hear this. You know, you read like, oh, they're doing wonderfully. They're doing terribly. They're wiped out militarily. They are dead.
Look, nobody. Okay, look, I'm gonna be real with you. The problem is that when it comes to matching our military might, nobody's doing that. Nobody in this world is going to match us in military might. The problem is that they're playing asymmetric warfare impressively. Like, and even I got to admit it. They are playing the asymmetric warfare role pretty impressively because, like I said, they've been able to cause global pain on not only the United States, but all of our allies just through shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. They've caused panic throughout the region by just attacking military bases in Israel. So if they keep on doing that, they're applying pain that, well, they're hoping that we lay off on that. If they keep on causing this, well, global economic pain, keep on causing pain on our allies, that will back off eventually. And that's going to be a win to them. No matter how much we destroy their military, no matter how much people we take out, no matter how much of their leadership, they consider it a win if we back off and they're still standing.
Yeah.
Are you afraid? Is there a new sense of a timeline? Do you want to get something done before the midterms?
Well,
So
we'd like to see President Putin and President Zelensky sit down and make a deal. I think they're getting close, but I've been saying that for a while.
do you think
I've settled 8 wars. All of them should have been more difficult than this one. This should have been the easiest one. But these are two people that truly hate each other. You'll find out that hatred is not good for making deals. These are people that they don't like each other very much. Yeah.
I know you said there's a bunch of people from the administration who are negotiating with Iran. There's been reports that the vice president is leading those negotiations. Is that true?
Well, he's involved in them. JD is involved, and Marco's involved, and Jared Kushner's involved, very smart guy, and Steve Witkoff, smart guy, is involved. And I'm involved. I'm involved. Why? I'm going to be so big. Oh, I don't want to talk about it. I'm the president of the United States, Tom, and I'm not going to talk about it. It's beneath me to talk about saving millions of lives, because that's what you're talking about. You're talking about saving millions of lives. If Iran had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it. And if I didn't end the horrible Barack Hussein Obama Iran nuclear deal in my first administration, they would have had a nuclear weapon 3 or 4 years ago.
And that is where I disagree. He's hanging on to the, well, you know, it was a good idea for me to rip up the JCPOA, even though Iran was abiding by it, even though we had all eyes on our nuclear capabilities. Yeah, no, Trump, I'm sorry. This is where I'm always going to disagree with him. No, when you ripped up that JCPOA deal, that's what led to this. They didn't start enriching to 60%. They didn't start doing that until after we got out of the JCPOA, after we put sanctions back on them, not before. Now, they did all this before. Okay, great. We got a good argument. We can't trust them. But that's not the case. And a lot of people don't even understand that in the JCPOA, Iran was abiding by everything that was listed. And even the IAEA director had to come out on Face the Nation and say the same thing. So the problem is that there's a lot of people who actually think that Iran was in violation of the JCPOA, but no, that's not true. They only fell out of that deal once we fell out of it ourselves, once we pulled out and put back the sanctions on them. And that is what led us to this escalation. And it's only escalated past that. Like outside, like be real with you, we were still under the JCPOA. We still have all eyes on our nuclear capability, and enrichment wouldn't be even an argument.
They would have used it. I would have never gotten the chance probably to be president. Who knows what it would have been so devastating.
No, here's the thing, though, Chase. They were, because they let the UN and they let the IAEA go in and inspect them. They were there the entire time. It's a bit petty to sit there and say, well, what you mean? They didn't abide by it. They didn't let us in. That wasn't part of the deal. It wasn't part of the deal to let U.S. inspectors in. It was the UN inspectors and the IAEA inspectors. That was it. So to sit there and say, well, they didn't let us in, but they let other inspectors in. I mean, they still let inspectors in. So they were abiding by it.
And if we didn't send those beautiful B-2 bombers, they took them off my desk. They were right there. I don't know why. Oh, well, but if we didn't have
I'll
those
answer y'all questions. I'll answer my members' questions, but the rest of y'all got to pay. But shout out Irving. She said, isn't it going to be difficult to trust a deal if they lied about the ballistics? Well, to be honest with you, wouldn't it be hard for them to trust a deal with us when every time they come to the table, we bomb them? But let me actually speak to your question here. Now, the problem with the ballistics is that, well, this is supposed to be about their nuclear capability. I mean, finally, somebody straightened it out. And I think even Trump said it, that, yeah, this is about taking care and make sure that they don't get a nuclear bomb. And even we've all been about that, but their ballistic missiles, well, remember, they are a country, they are in the UN, and they do have a right to defend themselves. So them having ballistic missiles isn't really a problem. And then let's go also, this also leads into my other point. Now, the range of their ballistic missiles, the newfound range of their ballistic missiles, if true, shows that actually Iran has some restraint that we're not giving them credit for. I mean, you're telling us that they could have hit all of the NATO bases, not all of them, but a good amount of NATO bases in Europe, and they didn't? You're telling me that they could have been striking our ships well outside of the range that they backed up in out of the Strait of Hormuz, and they didn't? It's like, that's the problem. All right, cool. They possibly lied about their ballistic missile range, and that is threatening. But then it also shows at the same time that, all right, hold on, if they had this range the entire time, then why haven't they been popping off at our vessels? Why haven't they been striking further bases that we are attacking them from? Why haven't they done none of that? If this range is true, or if they're just this radical regime that cannot be trusted. or that's just waiting to strike us. Like, remember what we've always sold about Iran, that if they had the capability, they would do it. Well, guess what? They have the capability and they didn't do it.
B-2 hit, which was, so we obliterated despite CNN. CNN said, well, maybe the word obliteration. Said, no, we obliterated it, just obliterated their nuclear potential. You would have had them having 2 weeks after that attack, had we not made the attack, they would have had a nuclear weapon. They would have absolutely used it, and they would have used it on the entire Middle East, including Israel.
Yeah, the report saying, Chase, the report saying that they weren't allowing the inspectors in, that's false. They did allow inspectors in. Now, if you want to pick and choose your favorite inspector and go off that, then I mean, okay. But the arguments, but the position stands. The fact stands that they did allow inspectors in. And this is according to the director of the IAEA. So I'm just like, at a certain point, you can't even argue it no more. The director says that, yeah, we had all eyes on there until 2018 when we got kicked out because the deal got ripped up. There you go. Nothing happened. Iran did nothing to violate that deal. We violated the deal by pulling out and invoking sanctions. And then that's when they start operating outside of the deal. And this is what nobody wants to get down with. And I understand, because it puts all the blame on us. And I get that. Nobody wants to sit here and actually understand that, the fact that Donald Trump ripped up that JCPOA is one of the reasons why we're here today. And I know nobody wants to admit it, but that's just the fact of the matter. And the problem is everybody want to throw dirt on the JCPOA, well, because it's Obama. But the fact is that, yes, we had Iran under a watchful eye. And these same inspectors that was going inside Iran, looking at their stuff, was reporting back to us. So it's kind of crazy how we're just sitting there acting like, oh, well, they didn't let in inspectors, but they did. The IAEA report showed that they did for all 3 years.
And you know why you see that? Because unexpectedly, when this war broke out, unexpectedly, they started sending missiles to UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia.
And guys, you got to, and I'll speak to this point as well, because they said, well, they're hiding their ballistic capabilities. And I'm like, yeah, but let's be real. We wouldn't know about these ballistic capabilities if, well, one, we didn't attack them. Remember, we attacked them. This war was started on the fact that we attacked them. And if you're saying that anybody that we attack is an imminent threat, I mean, come on now. They're saying Iran was an imminent threat. And, oh, look, well, we attacked them and they attacked us. That proved that they were an imminent threat. Excuse me, but any country you attack is going to automatically become an imminent threat. Let's just be real here. But, yeah. I'm not really sure if we can sit here and just sit there and say that, oh, well, Iran has not showed any good faith diplomacy, but they have. They have. And that's what everybody's kind of coming at me for. The fact that I'm just saying, no, Iran did show good faith diplomacy. We love to sit there and paint them as this radical actor, but under the JCPOA, yeah, they were actually doing what we wanted them to do. And now then the right, I know this is the argument from the right in MAGA, but we were giving them money. Well, we had to lift the sanctions to get them in the deal. So that's just all part of it. And if you disagree with that, then okay, cool. But at the end of the day, we still had a watchful eye on their nuclear capabilities. And now, like I said, about the ballistic missiles, well, like I said, they have a right to defend themselves. Cluster missiles are illegal, by the way, international law. But I mean, hey, man, the way this war is turning out, who gives a shit about international law these days?
Kuwait,
on both sides,
Bahrain, and elsewhere. And nobody thought they were going to. Were you equally surprised by that, Pete?
Way more than we thought.
Pete, do you want to give about a 3-minute statement on how we're doing in this, as I call it, military operation? People don't like me using the word war, but so I won't. But the Democrats call it a war. How about a little statement? I think he's done a very good job. Do we agree he's done a good job, Mark? What? Can we take some of your time?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. You're spot on. Never in history has a modern military, Iran had a modern military, a modern Navy, a modern Air Force, modern air defenses, leadership, massive bunker. Never has a modern military been so rapidly and historically obliterated, defeated from day one with overwhelming firepower. The air campaign that we've conducted, that Israel's conducted alongside us, was one for the history books, truly. And it's because we have a president of the United States that when he sends his warfighters out to fight, he unties their hands to actually go out and close with and destroy the enemy as viciously as possible from moment one. And that's why we see ourselves as part of this negotiation as well. We negotiate with bombs. You have a choice as we loiter over the top of Tehran, as the president talked about your future. The president has made it clear that you will not have a nuclear weapon. The War Department agrees. Our job is to ensure that. And so we're keeping our hand on that throttle as long as hard as is necessary to ensure the interest of the United States of America are achieved on that battlefield. This is not Iraq and Afghanistan. This is not a president who's interested in vague end states. He's been very clear with us about what we need to accomplish, creating the conditions for them never to have a nuclear capability. And that's exactly.
Okay, so like I said, they've moved the goalposts. Remember, first it was about Iran cannot have a bomb. And now it's that, oh, Iran can't have what? No nuclear capability, no enrichment. Like, yeah, that's a moving of the goalposts. So, and look, if that's what y'all want to do, fantastic. Like, go ahead. But as long as that's your only goal, great. But I'm gonna be real with you. You're not gonna low-key stop these guys from their nuclear capabilities by bombing them and showing aggression relentlessly. It's like all you're gonna do is actually push them towards that bomb that we want them to stay away from. I mean, and all we're doing is really giving them even a better reason. Since we can't negotiate with them, since y'all want to say we can't negotiate with terrorists, well, you're pushing them towards a bomb because they don't feel like they can negotiate with us in good faith. And we've shown that twice, sadly. So as much as I would like for Iran to get back under our watchful eye, it's really hard to do that when we haven't been, well, negotiating in good faith. And even when we got them under the deal, we stepped out of that in good faith, expecting them to hold up their deal. And then we're getting mad when we didn't hold up our side and they don't hold up theirs. It's like, really?
What we're doing in historic fashion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Richard. You know, the only two people that were quite disappointed, I don't want to say this, but I have to. I said, Pete and General Raisin Kane, I think this thing's going to be settled very soon. Here they go. Oh, that's too bad.
And I want to let y'all guys know something right now. What was it? Like how much money did Iran get back after the sanctions were lifted? Because, you know, they're making probably more money than, you know what? Let me double check that. Because I actually think that the Iranians are making more money under Trump than they did under getting the sanctions lifted under JCPOA, actually.
Pete didn't want it to be settled. It's these guys are doing a great job. That's a good attitude, though, Tom, right? They were not interested in settlement. They were interested in just winning this thing. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, can you, just taking things locally, hopefully not doing international affairs for a second, do you support the construction of the Second Avenue subway in New York City, and will your administration?
Wow, that's really far out. You know, the Second Avenue subway is being under construction for, you're a young guy, is longer than you are old, okay?
And I do need y'all to check this out, like, because this is what a lot of people don't understand, right? Here it is. Misconceptions about the Iran deals includes a U.S. payment of $150 billion to Iran. Here's the facts. The money that Iran receives from complying with the agreement is not a direct payment from the U.S. government. So it was never a direct payment coming from us. Instead, the funds are Iranian foreign assets, which the international sanction regime prevented Iran from accessing. Under the JCPOA, these nuclear-related sanctions were waived after Iran verifiably completed its initial obligations. So you kind of see what's going on here. And I mean, Iran's making billions right now, making people, they're buying their oil still. I mean, China is. And then, of course, they're making people pay dues to go through the Strait of Hormuz of $2 million. So, I mean, man, look, if we're mad about these guys making money, I mean, we got to keep it consistent across the board here. I'm just saying.
That's been under construction. I haven't heard about the Second Avenue subway in 20 years. What the hell kind of a question is that? I guess they got to get it finished. They spent trillions of dollars practically. No, they spent more money on that than on anything, I think, in the history of our city, in New York City. And it's been under construction for a long time. It's very sad, actually. The only thing maybe worse was Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, his train. I call it his train wreck because it's a wreck. That's been years. It's literally 30 times over budget. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And it doesn't go to San Francisco and Los Angeles like it was supposed to. They decided to cut it way short because there was no way they could finish it. But it's one of the worst. I've never seen anything like it, other than the worst, the Federal Reserve building for almost $4 billion, little building that's going to cost a renovation for $4 billion, headed by our highly incompetent head of the Federal Reserve. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, would you be open, are you hoping to see the Senate pursue reconciliation 2.0 to fund ICE and pass the Save America
Well,
Act?
we'll see about reconciliation. We're certainly talking about
Because
reconciliation.
it's kind of killing me how these Dems are crying about ICE being in the airports, and I'm just like, yeah, well, you don't want to pay TSA agents, so let's bring in the guys that we are paying to go ahead and run these airports so things can go a lot smoother. And y'all should be happy with this, because we're actually trying to help out Americans while you guys are trying to hold their paycheck like you devious bastards. Like, come on now. Yo, and shout out to my man S.E.T for starting us off. I cannot understand how anyone could sit here and think anything this guy is saying is compelling or intelligent, let alone true. Don't fall for it again. Shout out to my man S.E.T for, well, starting us off. Appreciate the support, brother. And you know what? Like, here's the thing. It's so confusing. Like I said, bro, you're never going to catch me quick to just, condemn Trump and, just say he's the most evilest man on the world. But I will sit here and admit when I'm just like, bro, what are you talking about? What you're saying is confusing. You're talking to people outside of Iran, or you're talking to people outside of the regime, and what they're the guys that's in power. But I'm gonna be real with you. The regime's, I guess, will is still being carried out throughout the region. So I'm so confused right now. And then you're talking about, oh, we are talking to Iran, but Iran is telling us that, what do you mean? We're not talking to nobody. We already made our demands, and not one has been met. So what you talking about? Like, bro, this is confusing. And I can't just sit here and say that, oh, well, Trump is just lying because the Iranians could be saving face and not wanting to be weak. Or Trump could be the one lying because he backed himself into a corner with that 48-hour ultimatum. He only had two choices. Well, two unfavorable choices. Either one, commit to those strikes and watch the energy infrastructure get decimated throughout the region, or two, back down and look like a bitch. My bad, there's three. And then there's three, get them back to the negotiation table and start negotiating with the so-called terrorists.
I think, Mark Wayne, right? Do you want to talk about that for a second? Now that he's working, we can get him to do this.
Thank you. Lindsey Graham, the chairman where the reconciliation will funnel through, he is committed to making sure we get reconciliation through. If that is in some form with funding ICE, possibly backfilling from the One Big Beautiful Bill, but also more importantly, the Save America Act. There's a framework that we can do through reconciliation, paying for it, put some of the policies that cost money in, because there's nothing more important than the Save America Act. I mean, that's what the American people want. There's 80% of the population say they.
Oh, and shout out to Mark Mullen. He just got confirmed in as our new what was it? Yeah, DHS, Director of Homeland Security, after Kristi Noem was outed. So let's see how this man does.
Want only Americans voting, citizens that are registered to vote, citizens that have done it the right way, and I believe that everybody wants an election integrity. So fortunately, Lindsey Graham has said through reconciliation, he's willing to put the framework out for that.
And I think that was said so beautifully, so concisely, so well, your father, that we should let him have the last word, and that was it. That was the last word. Did he do a good job? Are you impressed with your father?
Never been impressed with anybody in my life.
How about me? Don't answer. Don't answer. Don't answer. No, you like your father better. Okay. Come here. Look at this guy. Come here. This guy, don't wrestle him. We'll steal over here.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. I want to thank the family, because
Shout out to the rest.
without the family, he's not here. He's a different person. And that goes especially for Mom, who looks like she's about 22 years old. I don't know. I see these kids, but she looks very young. But it's a great couple. Congratulations to you both. Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thanks. Come on in.
All right, let's go ahead and get over to the next video here because there was an interesting debate that happened between Dave Smith and Adam Sosnick of PBD Podcast. And I ain't gonna lie, bro. Adam Sosnick is one of the main reasons why PBD Podcast damn near became unwatchable. Damn near. But hey, I still watch it, though. I still tune in. Shout out to the PBD Podcast. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get right into it. This should be a pretty interesting debate. Dave Smith versus Adam Sosnick on the Iran war. Let's get right into it.
To be with you, Pierce.
Joining me to let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video. And if you're on the horizontal, go ahead and press that like button for me real quick. And if you're on Rumble, go ahead and hit that like button as well. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's get right into it. Any super chats or any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements you have, please go ahead and send it in a super chat. Let's get right into it.
There's some more. Dave Smith, host of Part of the Problem, a libertarian who backed Trump in 2024, and Adam Sosnick, who's the Valuetainment host and PBD podcast regular, a former liberal who backed Trump in 2024. Well, welcome to both of you. Dave Smith, we'll come to the tsunami that greeted your last appearance on Uncensored, led by Ben Shapiro a little later. But first of all, this sort of quaint notion now being peddled by people in the mainstream media that the podcast world is irrelevant. No one's ever heard of any of the podcasters or we YouTubers or anything. And we should all just be ignored. I don't think that's true.
Oh, I mean, it's
yeah, because that's the TV personnels like Mark Levin, Sean Hannity, pretty much telling, their viewers, like, look, don't listen to these podcasts, guys. Don't listen to them. Only listen to us. Only we are the arbiters of truth on here. Even though we're getting paid millions of dollars to feed you propaganda, yeah, believe us. We're the only people that can tell y'all the truth. Everybody else, you just can't trust them because they're not backed by $1 million contract. Okay. Some people are actually buying the bullshit, but it is what it is. It is what it is.
Absurd on its face. I mean, again, I'm not trying to overstate the influence that any one podcast or show has. But I mean, lots of people listen to shows. They don't necessarily agree completely with the host of that show. But again, to say, look, I mean, Pierce, if you look at the polls, what the polls tell us is that this is the most unpopular war in American history going into the war. And CNN is going to read you these North Korea numbers. Actually, in fact, I think it was better than Kim Jong-un did in his last election, 100% of MAGA. But what does that really mean? I mean, the truth is, Pierce, you kind of nailed it here in your opening, right? Even when Joe Biden was clearly
100%, and that's what's been killing me. The fact that people are literally thinking that 100% of MAGA agrees with this is real. Because like I said, I guess it's just fuck me then. I guess I just don't exist. Because if you count me, then at least put it at 99.99%. Like, come on now. And if there's 100% agreement on anything, then there is no more independent thinking. This is a cult at a certain point. If you're trying to tell us that 100% of MAGA agrees with this, even though a good amount of MAGA voted for Trump on the basis of no new wars, then yeah, you guys are trying to push us as a cult, and I'm not going for it. And if that is true, then the MAGA has turned into a cult, and they just pushed out everybody who disagrees out. And that's a cult.
Senile and was forced to pull out of his reelection campaign. The majority of Biden supporters still supported him, and there was still going to be 40-something% of the electorate would have voted for Joe Biden. Now, that wasn't enough, though, and that's why they forced him out, because you need a coalition to carry you here. So this comes down to how you're defining MAGA. If you want to say Joe Rogan and Theo Vaughn and Andrew Schultz and all these guys, they're not MAGA. Well, okay, but they were relevant enough for Donald Trump to go on all of their shows in the campaign. And the point is that the coalition that got Donald Trump elected in 24, that got him for the first time ever to win the popular vote, that coalition has been destroyed. And
I mean, here's the thing, though. You got to be, I ain't gonna lie, bro. It just don't make sense, guys. 100% of MAGA when we got people like Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly, with millions of I'm telling you right now, loyal followers that damn near vote the same way that they do on all issues, and you're telling me that they don't count? We're not going to include those millions of people into that 100% that don't agree with this Iran war because Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, and Megyn Kelly don't? So we're just going to forget about that, right? Okay, then, like I said, this is turning into a cult because you're not including anybody with a difference of opinion. And this is not, and I'm not saying that this is what MAGA is doing as of now, but this is how CNN is trying to frame us as a, and Fox News, as if we're just all getting along with this.
The final thing I'll say is this, Pierce. I made this prediction on my show the other day, but right now you kind of have these two, broadly speaking, camps, say Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, maybe people like me, who are saying the coalition has been destroyed. And then on the other side, you have people like you played Batcha, Ben Shapiro, who are saying, no, the coalition is fine. What we've learned is that Tucker Carlson doesn't matter. Give it a couple months, Pierce, and I promise you, everyone on that side will say the coalition has been destroyed and it's Tucker's fault.
Yep.
This is going to tank Donald Trump's presidency. We're already past the point of that.
I mean, bro, people are already saying it. People are already blaming Candace. They're blaming Tucker. They're going like, well, if this all fails, it's because of Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. And it's like, no, actually, it's because of a broken promise that we don't know if Trump is all the way committed to or not. Like I said, if this war carries on, he's going to shoot himself in the foot politically. If he ends this today or by the end of the month, he still has enough time to recover from all the damage that this war has done. So let's see what happens.
Democrats are going to win the House and the Senate. It's going to be impeachments and subpoenas and investigations for the next 2 years. And I don't think anyone from this administration can win the presidential in 28 at this pace.
Right. Well, Adam, you're part of a very successful podcast. Patrick Bet-David's been a regular on this show, as have other members of your great team. And, I would say just from a personal, you can only judge it personally, I guess, but I've been on some of the biggest TV shows, mainstream TV shows you could think of, right? America's Got Talent for 6 years. Britain's Got Talent. I replaced Larry King at CNN. They aired my show 3 times a day in America and around the world, and so on and so on. And what's been fascinating to me in the last couple of years is I get more people come up to me in the street, wherever I am, whether it's New York, LA, London, Sydney, the Middle East, whatever. More people come up, and they're a bit younger than came up when I did any of those shows. And they're all coming up about my YouTube show, and they're all watching it avidly. And they're watching other shows like yours, like Dave's, Tucker, because they talk to me about all this. I had 2 guys last week from Denmark, 19, I think they were, stopped me in the street in West London. Passionate viewers of Uncensored. Right? It was really fascinating to talk to them. So I just think this idea that people who operate away from mainstream media now, like you, like me, like Dave, like others, that we're kind of irrelevant and no one knows who we are, is completely contradicted by reality. I just see it in the streets. So I don't know whether it's self-preservation going on, that the mainstream media doesn't want to accept. There's been a shift in power. But what do you think?
So we're talking about the mainstream media. So how much trust do you have in the mainstream media? But so let me answer that. So number one, Pierce, great to be with you. Dave, good to see you. It's been a little while, and thank you for dressing up, Dave. The question that you're asking is, are young people watching social media and they're watching YouTube? Obviously, duh. My mom still watches the news at 8 p.m. and if she misses it, that's it. She doesn't see it. She hasn't figured out how to get on social media. She still tries to ask me how to find me on YouTube and on Instagram. But yes, the 35 and under crowd is on social media. And I'll tell you an anecdote. I'm a registered independent. I'd never voted for Trump. And then I, had common sense and realized you vote for Trump, who might be brutish and an a-hole, or you vote for a weak, feckless, I wouldn't even call it leader like Kamala. And obviously the choice is pretty easy. But I would debate with my liberal friends, one that was very, very, very tight with the Clinton people, part of the Hillary campaign. And he noticed as I was starting to become more, let's just say, less Trump hating. This is in 2023, 2024, run up to the election. And then he goes, dude, I don't even know what happened to you. You're like full on MAGA now. I go, no, I just have common sense. I see.
I mean, so crazy how he kind of had the cognitive dissonance of, bro, what you're doing to MAGA is kind of the same thing. Like, I'm be real with you. Well, what's actually happened to the guys who was anti-war is the same thing what your friends are doing to you. It's like, oh, S.E.T, I thought you were MAGA, or S.E.T, you're all doom and gloom. Oh, S.E.T, you're un-American. Just for having a difference of opinion. So and it's kind of crazy how he don't understand how they're doing the same thing that the libs were doing to them. And they don't see how they're doing it to us. Like, the cognitive dissonance is crazy.
What's going on the radical left And it's so un-American to me. And he goes, yeah, you're just in your little YouTube world. I'm in the real world with the real politicians and the real polls. I got the real stuff going on. I go, hey, buddy, his name is John. I go, John, this is the real world now, guy. Yeah, well, we'll see. So obviously we see what happens in the election. This is not the type of person that likes to apologize, right? Comes up to me and he goes, Adam, I was dead wrong. You're right. This is a new YouTube world. Congratulations on all your success, Pierce, and welcome to the YouTube world. It is what it is.
Okay, well, we're sort of in broad agreement there. Let's get to broad disagreement, I suspect, which is the way this war is playing out. I mean, Dave, I've really struggled to work out the upside for Donald Trump from the start of this. Doing this so close to the midterms, doing exactly what he said he wouldn't do, which is he was going to stop, attacking Middle Eastern countries. It was all going to be America first, a premium on sorting out American problems in America. And then suddenly he launches a war on one of the biggest countries in the Middle East, certainly one of the best armed. And all hell has broken loose, not least to the global economy, which is inevitably going to have, and already is having, a very detrimental effect on living standards for average Americans. If I'm an American that voted for Trump, I'm like, I don't get this. I might in a poll say, I get it, but I don't think I really get it.
Yeah, and then you also have to consider there, Pierce, right? Like there's a sizable percent.
No, that's because one, like I said, the goalpost has moved. It went from, they can't have a nuclear bomb. Well, Iran already solved that problem for us by their religious fatwa in 2004. So that problem was already solved. But now it moved from Iran can't have a bomb to Iran can't have enrichment. And that's where it kind of got confusing, because at this point, Iran's like, whoa. We have the right to enrich uranium. I mean, every other country has the right to enrich uranium, and you're not on their ass. Well, but we're like, yeah, but we don't trust you with your rich uranium. We feel like you're going to go towards a nuclear bomb with your rich uranium. Here comes Obama, puts them under the JCPOA. Like, look, we don't trust you, but look, if you're willing to have us trust you, get under this deal, let us inspect it, and we got you. Here comes Donald Trump, rips up that deal. When you ripped up that deal in 2018, these guys started enriching past that 3.6% and start going past that 400 kilos of their stockpile. And then when we kill Soleimani in 2020, that sends the escalation ladder up. And now these guys are enriching to 60% because we just killed one of their military leaders and we're continuously showing aggression towards them. So I don't know. If you were Iran, in your perspective, what would you do?
Of people who support Donald.
That's what mainly this channel is about. Not thinking about it from one side, but thinking about it from both sides. And if you can't do that, then you can't apply logic. You can't apply logic both ways, and therefore it is now propaganda.
Trump, who approve of the job broadly that he's been doing, who maybe, look, we're 3 weeks or whatever into this, go, all right, I'll kind of give him a chance. We'll see. But if this doesn't turn into any type of win, and if it turns into a clear disaster.
And shout out to my man Noah. He says, most people lack self-awareness. I mean, ain't that the truth? And hey, you were speaking to my, to my comment about, it's kind of crazy how people in MAGA are doing us the same way that the libs did them, that their liberal friends did them. Like, you're crazy. Oh, you're an American. You're a Nazi now. What's going on, bro? They're doing the same thing with us, and they don't even see it. They don't even see the cognitive dissonance in it. It's like, so you're going to do the same thing that the libs did to me and think that I'm not going to push back at this point? Like, oh, doom and gloom. Oh, un-American. Like, so you're just going to do the same thing the libs do and then try to take this high road that you're better than them when you're committing the exact same behavior. But okay, though. Okay, well, I'll let you cook.
Which it already seems to be. That's only going to hurt him more and more and more. I think, look, Pierce.
Oh, guys, do me a favor. If you haven't liked the video yet, please do me a favor and like that video. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, go ahead and send it in the super chat. Let's go ahead and try to get this call-in line open, because I do want to hear from both sides on this.
Despite the fact that it is not in my incentives in some way as like a political commentator, like I hope this whole thing just works out great. And then I know that all the people who don't like me will say, ha ha, you were warning that this would be a disaster. I hope that I would much rather take that deal and live in that. But Piers, the other element there is that, right, we had the 12-day war in the summer. And I've certainly heard, I heard at the time, some on debates that we did on your show and others. And I've heard nothing but since then on social media that, oh, you guys were so stupid. You were warning about exactly what we're seeing right now, which is what all of us were warning about who are critics of the 12-day war. And Iran didn't do that. And they were like, look, we got away with it. One and done. No Americans dead. And that's it. We don't have to do anything else. They spent the following 6 months bragging about how the nuclear threat had been totally obliterated. Now we find ourselves, Piers, back in this same situation. And as I mentioned last time on your show, the big picture here is that clearly the calculation changed for Iran. They no longer feel that it's in their incentive for self-preservation to not strike back and kill Americans or not do maximal damage. And now, clearly, with a younger, more radical Ayatollah who has not promised to not build nuclear weapons, they've made the calculation that actually they can't not give us a bloody nose, that they have to really make this cost us. Otherwise, we'll be back in another few months doing it again. And of course, at the beginning of this war, Donald Trump said this was a full regime change war and called for the people to rise up and overthrow their government. And the people did rise up, Piers, in support of their martyr Ayatollah and in support of this regime. I know you saw some of those aerial shots. There must have been hundreds of thousands of people out in the streets in Tehran, in the most liberal part of the country, supporting the regime. So
at that time, regime change was the goal. So here's the thing. This is why a lot of people confuse regime change as the goal of this war. And I mean, some people still do believe that, but the reason why people confused it is because, didn't we in January just try to effectuate regime change through our CIA and with the Mossad to give the protesters guns, to rally them up? Donald Trump even said, don't worry, we'll back you up. Didn't, by the way. And isn't that basically trying to effect regime change? Yeah, but we didn't, this was outside of the war. So I can see why people took that action from January and is now fusing it with the war that's popping off now. And I mean, that's reasonable to say that. Like, it's really, if somebody was to say, S.E.T, how can you not see that when that was the operation in January? I would have to sit there and say, I mean, you're right. That's true. It could be one of the many reasons why we're in this war. But according to the president and everybody else, they're saying that it's not. And it's about the nuclear capabilities. But hey, a hidden reason could be regime change. And they're just not trying to admit that. But let's go with what they're talking about out loud.
Sorry, at this point, this just looks like a catastrophe. And the best we can hope for at this point is that it only ends up killing like 10,000 people, and it only ends up costing tens of billions of dollars rather than the 200 that Secretary Hegseth has asked for. And this all relies on two major factors. Think about this, Piers. It's not just that Donald Trump has to call it quit and declare victory or whatever, but then we got two other entities that are majorly involved in this war, Iran and Israel. Now, we know at this point, Iran is saying they're vowing not to stop. They talk a lot of bluster. Who knows? Maybe they will. But Israel, Piers?
I mean, the strikes, Israel is still striking Iran, and Iran is still striking Israel. So when Trump said this ceasefire, I'm just like, well, between who? Because they're still attacking the Gulf states. They're still attacking Israel. I mean, what? Are they just going to stop attacking us? So, like, bro, where is this 5-day ceasefire when shots are still being fired? Like, this is why it doesn't make sense, and everybody's a little bit confused. And for some reason, only MAGA's not willing to look at the, I'm sorry, guys, but it seems like only MAGA's not willing to look at the details of this and take it for what it is. They're over here calling us, you're always doomsday for what? Calling out the facts that's in front of me? The fact that Donald Trump just came out and said, yeah, we're talking to Iran. We got 5-day ceasefire. Iran says, no, we don't. While they're still firing into Israel in the Gulf states. Like, I'm sorry, but what do you want me to do? What do you want me to say? Sit there and just say, oh, no, this is just Trump's 4D chess and he's doing oh so well. It's like, no. I'm sorry, but that sounds delusional if I was coming off like that. Like, what?
We all know they want the regime change here. In the 12-day war and in this war already, they've hit targets after Trump has clearly asked them not to. Who's to say they don't continue doing that? And it begs a real question of how we get out of this quagmire. Yeah, 3 weeks in, we're already there.
Right. So, Adam, you've had a little spat with Dave on social media. When he called it an illegal war of aggression on X, you said, come on, guy, read the room. Dave responded, let's not pretend you read, Adam. To which you replied, I'm able to read scoreboards. You are losing big time. Do you still feel that? I mean, do you still feel that? Because I would argue that
okay, now I'm starting to see where this attitude comes from, of this scoreboard attitude that MAGA seems to have, that like, and no, look, me and Monty, I guess, was getting into it in the Discord, and I love Monty, so no shade, brother, no shade. But he was pretty much trying to come at me like I was making predictions about the war, and I was just like, hold on, bro, what is this scoreboard mentality you got about this? Because one, I made no predictions, and two, I ain't even keeping score of the times you were wrong. But for some reason, these guys are keeping score of, well, I don't even know what the hell he was keeping score of. He was saying I made predictions that I never made, but for some reason, they're keeping score of for every what if statement that we make. When we say, well, what if there's boots on the ground? They kind of straw man us and be like, oh, well, you're saying there's boots on the ground? No, I said, what if? And if that happens, this could happen. And that's not a prediction. That's just me putting in a what if statement. I'm not saying that it happened. I'm saying, well, if it happens, this could happen. And for some reason, that kind of irritates a lot of guys on the right, just having that what if like side of the argument. Like, well, if this happens, this could go down. That's not me saying this is happening. That's saying that, well, if this happens, I'm not making a prediction. I'm just saying that, yo, if this happens, this also could follow, and this wouldn't be good for the U.S. And it does seem like, well, the MAGA's keeping a scoreboard to their chest going like, well, you said there's going to be regime change. No, never said that. You said we were trying to nation build. No, never said that. I said, if that's the goal, we're going to have to put boots on the ground. Well, now you're saying that we're going to put boots on the ground? No, I'm not. I'm just saying that it does seem like MAGA is kind of sensitive to almost every statement that's made from the opposing side.
Scoreboards militarily absolutely would show that the United States and Israeli combined forces have inflicted enormous damage on Iran's military capability. I think that's inarguable. However, what I don't think has been properly factored in by the Americans and Israelis is the ability of Iran to wage an economic war in parallel to a military war. And that by controlling the Straits of Hormuz and by attacking, as they have done, their neighboring Gulf states, both oil refineries and tourist hotspots and so on, they've managed to freak everybody out, and they freaked the global markets. And this is incredibly damaging to Donald Trump, because every day that Straits of Hormuz is shut, then you will see the impact for the next few weeks and months coming through the US economy and the global economy, but the US economy. When fertilizer, when the impact of that being stopped comes through in a couple of months' time, it takes a while to cut through to the actual people of America, but it will. And when it does, it's going to be very damaging.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. This could possibly raise food prices. This could raise grocery prices because, well, fertilizer is now more expensive because there's a scarcity in it, along with oil and natural gas, heating for your house and all that good stuff. It may go up. That's the problem with this war, is that, remember, like, bro, this year, what Trump was supposed to focus on nothing but affordability. Bro, 3 months in, and we're into a conflict with Iran, and all of that progress he was making last year is now being walked back. I mean, let's be real. Let's be sensible, and let's not sit here and try to, like, I'm be real with you, try to gaslight people. This wasn't a good idea for Trump to do, or to pop this off within this time. I mean, if he'd have got affordability together and the economy is going well, and he wanted to pop this Iran war, I'd still be upset, but at least we're in a better position and we're not suffering for it.
Not think that the longer this goes on, the more of a miscalculation has been made here?
Look, I'm not the Trump is the all be MAGA guy. I'm the guy that was like, yeah, I'm not so sure about this Trump guy. You know what? Oh, I got the fake news. Oh, Russia. Oh, it turns out, yeah, he's way better than the other side. So I had to use logic and a measured approach to get me to the point where I'm like, he's the guy. So I'll ask you another question. Let's say Trump wasn't here. What's Kamala doing?
Oh, no,
so
everything
don't get me wrong.
Is I think Kamala Harris would...
look, I get that, but it kind of seems like, well, if we voted for Kamala, yeah, we voted for her. It seems like we was going to get war with Russia, which is worse than war with Iran. I got to admit, guy ain't gonna lie, the left, even Sid will sit there, Sid, you was kind of bloodthirsty for war with Russia. Remember, like, at that certain point, you believe that we should have been, well, Did you say that? Well, how about this? What I got from your position on Ukraine is like you wanted us all in against Russia. And that's what the liberals wanted as well. Like that's what Biden, Hillary, and Kamala wanted. Now, it seems like with the right, well, they've been talking about war with Iran for a minute now. And they've been trying to get war with Iran for a minute. And it seems like they finally got it through Trump. So it kind of seems like you vote for the right, war with Iran, vote for the left, war with Russia. And like I said, hey, if you wanted me to pick between the two, I would take the one that's not a nuclear power. And we know for sure that they don't got nukes. Like, to be honest with you, we know for sure Iran don't got nukes. Russia, we know for sure that they do got nukes. A lot of them.
Have been a terrible president. I thought Joe Biden was a terrible president. And I've always said with Trump, I think I find myself agreeing with some of the things he does and disagreeing with others, which I think is the right way to deal with Trump. I think if you just judge him on what comes out of his mouth.
Well, that's just like with anything, Piers. You're not going to agree with everybody and disagree with that.
Right.
Yeah,
So, and look, when I came on the PBD podcast, I loved it because we disagree about stuff, and you guys come on, we disagree, we agree, but we never fall out over it, nor should anybody, right? But on this specific call,
Juice Box, how's it going?
All about Iran, I did say on day one, I think this is a massive gamble, and I don't understand the timing, and I think the capacity for this to go badly wrong is very high. The longer it has gone on, because Trump originally was like, this is over in days, then it's over in a couple of weeks, then everything started changing, then the regime change he said was going to happen with people rising up. None of that has happened. There are lots of reasons for it. I think the reason we saw so many pro-regime people hit the streets was they were not going to get killed doing it. We saw in January when people protested against the regime, a lot got killed. And obviously there are bombs flying around all over the cities of Iran, which will also put people off, I guess. So there are lots of reasons, I guess, why people are protesting or not protesting in certain ways. But to me, the justification for this war has changed so many times. It's made me think, I don't think Donald Trump has any clear idea of what victory looks like. Do you? I mean, if the regime remains intact and they keep their enriched uranium, for example, and they maintain control of the Straits of Hormuz, is that victory?
Well, look, this was not an easy decision. You think, these guys have been in power 47 years. Everybody in our microwave hustle society wants this done in the next 4 to 7 weeks. It's going to take some time. And we've already, I was talking to a good Navy SEAL, buddy of mine, Navy SEAL. He said, dude, we've taken out 80% of their military capacity. Not bad in less than a month. So let the guy cook a little bit. So you also talk about, Dave, that, oh, yeah, they had people out there pro-regime. Yeah, nobody's denying that 10 to maybe 20% max of the country is pro-regime.
And what's so crazy? He's going off the numbers that, and this is wild. This is wild how he goes off these numbers. He's going off of a survey that was done that, actually polled the people in Iran, but it was only 500,000 people who, took that poll. And 80% of them voted, no, we do not support the regime in Iran. And a lot of people are going off of 500,000 people and thinking that can pretty much, or they can speak for all 93 million, or at least when we're talking about the adults, maybe like 80 million. So it's kind of crazy how he's going off that, but I can give you better numbers. Like I said, I always bring up their election in 2024 when we could just sit there and say that, you got 500K that you're willing to go off of, right? All right, great. I got 30.5 million for you, my friend. 30.5 million people who voted in their elections. Yeah, bro. Trust me, that's not just a small 10 to 20%. And then you know what I also got? I also got 61 million people who registered to vote in their elections. You know what that says? That there were 61 million people that was willing to vote in an election, register in an election that was controlled by the regime. And if you're just, this, and if you hate the regime so much, right, why would you participate in an election that that they control all the candidates in? Really think about that. And think about the fact that 61 million people signed up for that. All right, then.
But what about the 80% of the country? That's like if Dave had a comedy show, there was 100 people that magically showed up to Dave's comedy show. Oh my God, he has so many fans. Dude, there's 100,000 people outside that didn't go to the show. I'm not being like brutish or sarcastic, but just you're taking a small sample size and extrapolating.
Bro, you guys are the ones taking a small sample size and extrapolating it to all 93 million people. That's what you guys are doing. Because like I said, if you pull the numbers up, that they've polled only about 500,000 not Americans, Iranians. 500,000. And you're telling me that, you're willing to believe that, right? You're willing to take that one. But when I tell you that 61 million people registered to vote in their elections controlled by the Ayatollah, you're not willing to hear that? When that's a way stronger example, way stronger representation of what the Iranian people feel towards the Ayatollah. And you get a real number of how many people are willing to work within the regime or willing to play along with the regime in their elections. That's a pretty good picture of what's going on there.
For the entire country. We all
well, actually,
know
just to be clear,
who this regime is.
Oh, hang on, Adam. Just
we all know that this is a terrorist regime.
Just to be technically correct on that argument you're making, if 100 people turned up to watch Dave's show, then technically over 8 billion chose not to.
Correct, and that's pretty uniform.
Well, I would say this, Chase. I would say this. You have a slight distrust of the government, or you wouldn't really participate in any of their elections. Like, let's be real. People who actually don't like the American government, actually hate our government, but lives here, surprisingly, those guys don't participate in elections. The guys of I don't vote. They're what was it? What's the saying they always like to say? It's, they're the same wing on the same bird. They're just a different side of wing on the same bird and all this good stuff. Those are the guys who I can sit there and say truly don't support the American government. Us who have a distrust of it, but who's still willing to participate. No, we still believe in this government because we're still willing to participate and we haven't shown complete rejection towards it. So I'm not saying that out of the 61 million people that, all of them get along with the government. No, I'm saying out of those 61 million people, they still believe in this regime enough to participate in it and still think that they can get their best interest out of it. Just like what we do in our elections, even though we have slight distrust of it. But shout out to my man. My bad. But all right, first shout out to Juicebox. Sorry, Sid, but Juicebox went in first. He says, howdy, Set and friends. Glad to be here. Hey, I appreciate you guys for pulling up. So shout out Sid for the baller alert. Appreciate that, my friend. He sent in a smooth. Wait, whoa. It wasn't Sid. It wasn't Sid. My bad. It was Noah Joner. My bad, big dog. My bad. You kind of look like Sid's profile picture there for a second there. But all right. He says, if food prices go up, people need an understanding of basic survival skills, farming, and livestock skills. The last glacial movement in North America made the soil in northern states better for crop growing. And damn, I ain't gonna lie, I did not know all that. So shout out. And you're right. If food prices go up, man, we need to go straight from the source. Look, man, if you ain't grown your own food already, your own fruits, vegetables, find a way to grow your spices. Find a way to grow as much food as possible to where you don't got to go to the grocery store. If that's the case, let's wait to see how this turns out. Because if that does happen, we are going to have to start making those moves. Well, I mean, shout out to some people in my family. They've already started making those moves already. But that's because they came from third world countries. So it is what it is with them.
At this point.
This is really making me feel bad about my numbers on the road.
It doesn't necessarily mean that 8 billion people.
Yeah,
it doesn't mean there are 8 billion people who don't like Dave Smith.
I used to own a couple. No, it's fine. I mean, I actually do like Dave Smith. Let me tell you a Dave Smith story. I actually have respect for Dave Smith. But I realized who Dave Smith is. And I would say this to his face or on camera. Dave Smith is a radical libertarian. Don't take my word for it. You've said this multiple times. Have you not, Dave Smith?
Said what? That I'm a radical libertarian? Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Yes. Okay, perfect. So when you're something, radical, what's another word
for? I believe in it. Well, what I believe in is true Americanism.
Extremist. Okay. This is why
these are all relative terms.
This is why you call. Sure. This is why you call the U.S. military the greatest terrorist organization on earth, right? Because you're a true American, because you're a true patriot. Is that why, Dave? Because something tells me you have what is known as clickbait of the mouth, and you're using these instances, these wars, to garner attention for you. You have the American flag behind you, yet you have the hypocrisy of saying the United States military, United States is the greatest terror organization the world has ever seen. I mean, I don't understand what's going on here. This is why you're radical.
I didn't say
So by the way,
Well, I
so-
tell you what. Hang on.
never
Just
said the world's
to be
ending.
fair,
I'm sorry, but like, bro, what? Now, here's the thing. What he said was a bit provocative. I ain't gonna lie. Even I kind of like was a little bit offended. But when I sat back and I had to think about it, I was like, well, damn, I ain't gonna lie. We support a lot of these terrorists, like, well, regimes. We support terrorist regimes. We support terrorists that to overthrow our like a regime that we don't like. Like, bro, that's what we did with Al Qaeda. I mean, shit, we've done the same with ISIS and a lot of other terrorist groups. Shoot, that's what we did in Somalia. We were supporting a whole fucking warlord in Somalia, and they were killing people, and we were supporting that. So, I mean, like, when I think about it like that, I can kind of see where he got that position from. But but trust me, I know for a fact that our servicemen don't go in there with the belief that, oh, we're just going to start killing people because we believe this and that. No, they go in there with the true belief that they're fighting for our people. And this is why I hate the fact that the military tries to use our military men like this to make them fight for an agenda outside of what? Protecting or serving the American people. But hey, it is what it is.
to Dave, let's replay what he actually said on this show, which caused all the furore, led by Ben Shapiro. We'll play what he said, and I'll play what Shapiro said about it, and then we'll come back to Dave for a response.
The IDF is the worst terrorist organization in the region. Let's get real. The United States of America is...
I mean, you can say that as well. I mean, they try to expand their borders. They've attacked every one of their neighbors. They've attacked Egypt. They've attacked Jordan. They've attacked Syria. I mean, they've attacked Lebanon. Everyone that's around them, they've attacked. Like, that is a bit wild.
Arguably the worst terrorist organization in the world. If you want to look over the last 25 years, how many innocent civilians we've slaughtered.
It doesn't matter, it turns out, how many times you appear on Joe Rogan's show or how many times you hide behind your title of comedian who holds the Guinness Book of World Records for fewest jokes told, or how many times you spew puerile analogies that demonstrate nothing but unbelievable, willful ignorance of the nature of war. I'm sorry, but you hate the country if you say America is the worst terrorist organization in the world. You just do. Now, I know that Dave's...
No, we don't hate the country. We're just accurately calling out our military operations and how we've literally supported, like terrorist group, we supported warlords for our own better interests. Just like these terrorists do things for their interests, for their ideology. We did the same thing. So, I mean, if we're going off that logic right there, we're not, picking and choosing here. And I know we're Americans, so we like to do that. But if we're keeping it consistent, then he does have a point. As much as I don't like to admit it, he does got a point.
Smith is super duper excited that his name was mentioned here. And he's sitting there shouting at his TV screen in his basement, "Debate me, bro." To which I answer, nah. I don't debate with trolls who claim that America is the biggest terrorist state in the world because that is idiotic.
So, Dave, as you know, that all blew up. A lot of debate raged about it.
I mean, the thing is, Ben, you don't debate with nobody. So at a certain point, is like, who cares? Who cares what you say? Because you're not willing to challenge anybody. Like, that's why everybody's trying to call you a coward and a pussy, because all you do is talk from behind your desk, but you won't step up. You won't step out to the battlefield. You won't step out to the debate arena. Like, come on, entertain us. Like, bro, you could have debated Nick Fuentes. That'd have been the biggest debate ever. Debate Dave Smith, maybe not as big as Nick Fuentes, but it's still been pretty big. And you haven't took not one of these challenges because, well, he probably knows he's going to lose and get embarrassed.
Clarify what you meant. Do you regret phrasing it the way you did? Just give us a bit more meat on the bone.
No, I don't regret phrasing it the way I did, and I'll be very clear about what I'm saying. I will point out that it's quite something for Ben Shapiro. Just since you played him, I got to respond to him first. That he goes, "Oh, I just won't debate with this guy because this is so beyond the pale." Ben Shapiro made his name debating 19-year-old communist Maoists who were confused about their gender. So somehow, Piers, we're going to have to believe here that I'm so much less serious than the children who Ben Shapiro made a career debating. I loved your response to...
Literally, I can't remember the last serious debate that like Ben Shapiro had, like besides between somebody of like the likes of Dave Smith, Nick Fuentes, even Adam Sosnick. Like he hasn't even debated nobody on his level. And I'm not saying Adam Sosnick is low level, but he's up there. He's up there. So it's kind of crazy how he's never taking like any of the initiative to debate these, well, anti-Israel guys or these anti-war guys. He never does. He just sits there behind his desk and calls them names.
one where you pointed out some of the goofy.
Oh, guys, do me a favor. Double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen. And make sure to smash the like button if you're watching this horizontally, or go ahead and heart the video if you're on Facebook. Appreciate the support, guys.
Segments that he does on his show. I mean, personally, I really stay away from that stuff. And, you know, for Adam, I think to say it's clickbait or that I just want to get out in front of the camera, I think we're all equally in front of a camera right now. And it's kind of weird to accuse someone else. I very much believe the things I'm saying.
Dave,
now, to Adam's point,
Dave,
well,
don't run from the comment.
Because there's a
don't run from your comment.
I'm trying to
address
get to
the
it,
comment,
but there's a
not
lot
Ben
here.
Shapiro, would you?
Well,
good, you're taking.
yes,
Let's go. Wrap it up.
No, I'm gonna make the points I want.
Says the guy that everybody gotta rush your ass to get to the point. Says that guy. That is fucking hilarious, bro. I'm sorry, but if you actually watch PBD, you know how effing hilarious that is that Adam Sosnick said that. Like, bro, you're the main one that drags on a point. Everybody's looking at you going like, bro, get to the point, Adam. And you dare say that to Dave Smith? Oh, that's hilarious. All right. All right, this is why nobody takes this guy seriously, bro.
You called the United States military.
You're just slowing. Okay, so
you called the United States military the greatest terror organization in the world.
Adam,
defend.
Just let me answer. No problem. I'm going to go back to the order I was going to go in. To Adam's point, when Adam says I'm a radical libertarian and I say that this is true Americanism, I mean, look, my favorite founding father is Thomas Paine. Not everyone considers him a founding father. And maybe I love him so much because he never held a government position and didn't own slaves, which I thought was pretty cool. But Benjamin Franklin said he was the most consequentialist and the one person most responsible for the United States of America existing. His famous pamphlet that he wrote was called Common Sense. And I think on the first or second line of it, he says, government is at best a necessary evil. So at best, he's like, this is clearly on the anarchist to night watchman state spectrum was what true Americanism was when it started. Now, for me to say what I made the point, and I've made this point a million times on your show, Pierce, I was saying when people come on and say Iran is the biggest state sponsor of terrorism, well, just like give me an objective definition of what terrorism means, and then let's apply that standard universally. Oof. And if you're going to sit here and say, look, America has given billions, tens of billions of dollars to the IDF in the last few years. We've also, by the way, given a lot of weapons and money here. Your first guest on this show there, the head of the Obama deep state, was using Al-Qaeda, bin Ladenite head choppers on the ground in Libya and in Syria. True. And yes, Adam, I would also consider it when our politicians lie us into wars that slaughter millions of innocent people and in many cases target those innocent people. I consider that terrorism as well. There's the answer, Adam. And if you want to keep doing this, buddy, you could tell me to check the scoreboard. I'll run circles around you on this, dude. Check the scoreboard. Most unpopular war in American history going in. Check the scoreboard. 13 dead Americans and 150 plus other wounded. Thousands of innocents, including little schoolgirls in Iran, killed. Dead innocent Israelis. Hundreds of dead innocent people in Lebanon. Millions of innocent people being displaced, all at the cost of tens of billions of dollars and destroying Trump's coalition. Check your scoreboard, Adam. How's it looking for you?
Okay, Dave. So, okay, it's not working well for you, Dave, because
substantively
you're
respond
still
to any
saying
of that,
that
Adam.
United States. You're saying the United States is a terrorist organization.
All right, so pretty much you just can't. Damn, Adam. So you can't beat none of his points. You're not willing to debate him on none of his points. You're just going to sit there and get mad at the fact that he said, oh, the American military is the biggest terrorist organization. I mean, or is the biggest funder of terrorist organizations. I mean, well, considering how much terrorist groups we've sponsored and how much money we've sent to them, he has a really good point. Nobody can outspend us. Like, let's be honest. So don't you think we're outspending like Iran? Like the guys like Iran when it comes to, you know, funding terrorist support or funding terrorists. Like, come on now. Let's not pick and choose and let's apply it across the board. And if we can't do that, then it's propaganda.
You've already lost the debate. You live in America, tough guy. You have the luxury of sitting in your little studio with your hooded sweater like you're 17 years old. The regime. You mean all American presidents?
I'm 17
Who's your favorite president in the last 50 years?
Adam, I'm 17 years old.
Who's your favorite president in the last 50 years?
I have a wife and children. Who depends on you, Adam? Your mom?
And you know what's funny? I already know the argument that he was going to do. Who's your favorite president fast 50 years? He was going to name a current president. He was be like, oh, see, well, that's why we're here, because your president kicked the Iran can down the line, and this is why we're here. If they just took responsibility, wah, 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 wah. But it had nothing to do with his point. He still haven't been able to argue any of Dave Smith's points, and he's just been hanging up on the whole, the point that Dave Smith already responded to, by the way. Oh, you called America the biggest funder of terrorism. Man, I mean, bro, you haven't really engaged that point at all. Like, please tell me how he's wrong. Please tell me, like, have we not, like, you send money to terrorist organizations? Because we have. Have we not, like, send money to our favorite terrorist organization to overthrow our favorite regime in a certain country? We have. So what are you talking about? Now, if you want to argue the intentions of our soldiers and how that's not their intentions, I mean, sure, I agree with you there, but our government intentions is way different than our soldiers' intentions. Let's get that straight.
Okay, I also have.
I mean, if you want to make it personal,
other, so you want to go personal?
You have a significant
other. We can go as
anyway,
personal as we can go.
No, I'm trying not to.
We can go as personal as you want.
Respond to one thing.
I don't care, Dave.
Adam, some substance.
I don't care.
I know, because you don't know anything.
Dave, you're a radical.
So move on. So stop picking a fight with me, dude. You don't know anything about anything. You're Pat's guy.
I know.
I like you, dude. I like you. I like your show. I respect Pat.
Dave. Okay. Zay, zip it. Here we go. I'll talk now for a second. I'm defending the military right now. You're basically saying that all our boys that go to the military are all terrorists. That's what you're saying.
No.
You're equating that.
Oh, guys, let's get those likes up. Let's get to 20 likes on the vertical by double tapping that screen and liking the video. If you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, you can go ahead and send it in a super chat or a Rumble Rat, or you can send me a Venmo to double your support. Let's get right back into it, guys. But don't forget to like that video, double tap that screen.
The United States of America, the IDF, are the equivalent of ISIS and Al Qaeda. By the way, I also used to respect you until you went on a little podcast called Coleman Hughes. What happened on that podcast, Dave?
He cooked them. He cooked Coleman Hughes. Actually, let me be real with you. They actually had a really spirited, they had a really respectful debate. So I'm wondering, like, bro, like, why are you bringing this debate up here that a lot of people agreed that Dave Smith won it? And Coleman Hughes actually did the best out of everybody else that Dave Smith debated. So shout out to Coleman Hughes. We're not throwing shade on him, because I believe he actually did the best and actually explained his points the best than anybody else that Dave Smith has debated. And he's also made some really good points instead of getting emotional and start yelling at Dave Smith like you are. I mean, shoot, if please bring him back, Coleman Hughes, so we can add some intelligence back to the debate again. Like bring him in, Adam, because you ain't gonna cook him.
This is the problem. I'll tell you a quick story.
Why don't you do it right now, Adam? Why don't you do it?
I'll do it right now, Dave. I'll do it right now. Because here's what Dave is. Here's Dave Smith. By the way, 1% of Americans vote for libertarians every year. So you're trying to basically say that you know more than the average American. 1% of Americans vote for your people, Dave. Why don't you run for something? Why don't you stand for something? You stand for nothing.
Wow. Okay. So you're pretty much saying because he's a libertarian and he doesn't pick the right or the left wing or to be a Republican or Democrat, you're saying that he picks nothing? Yeah, I'm sorry, but that's not a really smart debate, because these guys do end up picking somewhere. He voted for Donald Trump, so he did pick a side as a libertarian. So you're not making any sense here. And you're pretty much making it seem like what libertarians don't vote in these elections. They don't pick the left or the right, because there's some libertarians who agree more with the left and there's some libertarians who agree more with the right. It's a spectrum, Adam.
I respond? Again, Pierce, this is the level of substance.
No. Here we go. I'm going to tell you a story, Dave, and then you can respond. Because this is where I lost respect for you as a debater. Because I was like, oh, this guy, Dave, he actually knows some stuff. He's doing his thing. And then you showed up on Coleman Hughes' podcast. Pierce, do you know who Coleman Hughes is?
I do. He's been on the show.
I've been on the show with him.
Perfect. That's this guy right here, just in case if the camera doesn't see.
But what is the point you're making?
I watched this podcast.
The point, Vinny.
The point is this: Dave gets out there and he tries to bully people and say that he's so smart. He reads a lot of books. Good for you, Dave. But what happens when you read it to somebody, run into somebody who's way smarter and bullies the bully? I remember growing up in this town of Miami. So it was this kid that used to pick on all the kids that we went to school with. And one day,
I'm sorry, but like if you go look at that code, like what was it? I think it was like Democracy Now. I think that's the company he works under. But yeah, no, that debate was a good debate. But a lot of people still gave it to Dave Smith. Like, they still gave it to him, especially when it came to the point of that, oh, well, he's debating that Israel dragged us into a lot of wars, and it was on Israel's, I would say on Israel's intel. And him and Coleman was going back and forth on how there was different parties and all that good stuff. But overall, Dave Smith did prove that, yes, there was Israeli influence, even though, you know, Cole was trying to be like, well, there's more to it, and that's why you're wrong. So, like I said, like, bruh, you can't sit there and just say, oh, well, it was a complete wash. Oh, Dave Smith got cooked. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. I'm not even saying Cole got cooked. It was a really good debate, and both sides had some really good points. And I mean, bro, if you're go like, why don't you go ahead and use the talking points that Cole used instead of you just over here saying that, oh, you did bad, he bodied you. It's like, dog, it's a debate. You can't sit there and decide how the debate turned out. It's the crowd that decides that. You're not the one-all chooser of who's the winner of debates. Like, seems a bit narcissistic that you're even making this position.
Some new kid showed up and he goes, oh, yeah, let's go, buddy. Let's do this. And the bully goes, oh, what do you mean? What do you want to do? And he goes, no, yeah, you want to fight everybody? You want to take everybody's lunch? Let's go. And the new kid beat the crap out of the bully. And here's what happened with Dave. He's out there just doing his little podcast thing, debating, like you said, Ben Shapiro, 19-year-olds. And then all of a sudden, this whole conversation about Wesley Clark, and I saw him on your podcast about a week ago, Pierce, and this memo, here you go, Dave.
Oh, guys, you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to the channel, guys. I try to do this every day. Appreciate the support. And if you have any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements, you can just super chat it in. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
This memo from Wesley Clark that you use to cite everything.
This is adorable.
That you use to cite. Yeah, that is adorable because your whole
when do I get to
foundation is
respond?
based on some memo.
Well, I'm not quite sure what, Adam, I'm not quite sure.
A memo made by an ex-military official? Really, bro? I mean, those two names are pretty goddamn important, bro. I'm gonna be real with you. That was a pretty important memo that we acted on, by the way. Like, bro, if you listen to that Wesley Clark, do I need to play it? Do I need to play it, bro, so we can understand how freaking stupid Adam Sosnick is for even bringing that up about Wesley Clark? Because let's be real, he said that. He said, yeah, there's a list of countries we're going to go after. And we went after every one of those countries, and Iran was at the bottom. And we're going after that one now. Now. So to sit there and say, oh, that memo doesn't matter. I mean, bro, that's intellectual dishonesty at its finest. Like, bro, you're literally taking a top military official or a guy who was in the know in that moment, and you're just saying, oh, it don't matter what he says, even though what he says played out in front of our face. Okay, bro. All right. This is why people don't even really like watching PBD anymore. It's this type of gaslighting right here.
What is the point you're making?
The point is this. Dave has zero credibility at this point. Dave has zero credibility.
Well, you don't really get to decide that. And he ran into somebody the audience gets
that
to decide
completely
that.
bullied. What audience?
Okay.
The four people that show up to your comedy show at the
Yeah. Okay, Dave, you respond.
Okay. Can I respond now? Because I listened while
I mean, the question I'd ask you, Dave. The question I'd ask you, Dave, is the way that you're.
Well, let me respond to some of that.
I will, yeah. But I just want to ask you, just on a general level.
How are you going to respond to what Coleman Hills did to you? There was like a body bag after that debate.
Let him respond.
Well, you ain't doing nothing, bro. You're sitting here talking about what another man did.
Ooh, that's what I'm saying, madam. Is like, you ain't really addressing his points. You're kind of just trying to have, oh, well, this other guy that you debated beat you, ha, ha, ha. And it's like, bro, what are we, kids? We're here. I'm here to debate you, and you're talking about another debate that a man did. Like, bro, like I said, like, bro, are we having an intellectual debate, or are we playing the, oh, look what he did to you, ha, ha, ha game? Because that's pretty childish.
You've already been in a body bag, Dave. I'm here to clean up the scraps.
Okay, let me just ask Dave this, which is, really, as you know, the comment you made about America being a terrorist state and so on, that went pretty viral. Do you understand why a lot of people got very angry about the perceived equivalence between America and terror organizations like ISIS, like Al-Qaeda, and so on?
Yeah, no, well, listen, I mean, there's no question that the head
I don't think he does, but go ahead.
Hey, Adam, I mean, just let me talk now. I understand all you can do here is interrupt and hold up props or something, but let me make a few good points.
I'm just, you said that America's a terrorist organization. You've already lost the debate. Go ahead.
No, I haven't actually. And that's not, you don't really get to decide in the middle of the debate whether I have. It's who moves people more than the other one is really, I guess, the metric. But
You're 1% libertarian. You're really moving people. You're really moving people.
I mean, and 1% libertarian. It's like, yeah, but the thing is, yeah, a lot of libertarian voices are starting to get recognized now, like thanks to guys like Dave Smith. So, I mean, you can keep making fun of them until they actually become a thing. And then he like, also, because he has a libertarian position or he sees himself as a libertarian, doesn't mean that he's not participating in these elections. Because he has. He voted for Trump. The same guy you voted for.
I mean, Adam, I understand this will just be your tactic for the rest of it because you're out of and you're just out of your depth. But here, okay, yes, actually, I didn't vote for the Libertarian nominee.
Go ahead,
Donald Trump came to the Libertarian Party convention and tried to convince a lot of us to support him. And I'm one of the people who did. And now I'm one of the people who's criticizing this policy. Now, in terms of, obviously, Pierce, it's a provocative statement. I know that when I make it. And I'm not claiming that the American military men are the equivalent of ISIS or Al Qaeda. Obviously, they're much more barbaric. These head choppers, the one who Leon Panetta and Barack Obama all sold weapons to and partnered with, and the one who Donald Trump recognized as the president of Syria. I'm not saying that one isn't more barbaric than the other. I'm simply making the point, Pierce, that if you define terrorism as targeting civilians in order to affect a political change, then by that objective definition, the U.S. military and the IDF are more guilty of it than anyone else over the last 25 years.
Their argument is always that the U.S. military and the IDF do not deliberately target civilians.
Yes, Pierce, but again, Pierce, we've been through this.
I'm just saying, for the benefit of fairness,
that's not
this
true.
is their argument. Whereas the difference being that genuine terror groups like ISIS, like Al Qaeda, they deliberately and brazenly target civilians for political purposes.
Pierce, when you have roaming blackouts for 9 days in Cuba because we've embargoed the energy that can go there, I'm sorry, that is targeting the civilian population.
I mean, you got a point. And also, when you sit there and invoke sanctions, heavy sanctions on an entire country, yeah, you're also hurting their citizens as well. You're making it hard for their citizens to even earn a living because we pretty much hit them with so much sanctions that inflation has gotten out of control. So yeah, we're also going after the people doing that as well, and it also causes huge distrust in our dollar. But yeah, you got a point.
When Hamas slow rolls the remains of dead Israeli prisoners, whatever, I don't know, I get in trouble for using the wrong word. The dead Israelis that they were holding captive, even after all the live ones are out, and the response from the Israeli government is we're going to cut the aid to the civilian population in half, that is targeting civilians. And when you drop bombs all over cities and you know that innocent civilians are going to be killed, that's targeting civilians. Now, as far as some of the other stuff here, look, in terms of the debate with Coleman, I encourage people to go watch that. It's only people who already disagreed with me going in who say I got body bagged there.
And I mean, let's be real. Like, according to your Iran Red Crescent, which is basically their Red Cross. So yeah, according to them, 81,000 civilian places have been bombed. Yes, civilian facilities, civilian homes. Yeah, they've been bombed. And I mean, they have nothing to do with military objectives or anything. They just either got caught up in the military strike or they just got bombed recklessly. We don't know. But according to Iran, 81,000 to 100,000, but I'm going to go with the more conservative number, 81,000 civilian locations have been bombed.
Rest of the people tend to say it was a kind of a good, respectful back and forth, and both people had some moments. But for Adam to say I only debated children up until Coleman, I debated Dennis Prager, I debated Douglas Murray, I debated Josh Hammer at an Oxford-style debate.
Bro, Oxford-style and that Turning Point USA, and he cooked them on that, completely cooked them. Like, bro, completely embarrassed Josh Hammer at the TPUSA event. Like, shout out Dave Smith.
Princeton University, and absolutely smoked him on the Oxford style voting. I debated him again at Charlie Kirk's event. I've been coming on this show. How many debates have me and you done, Pierce? I've been willing to debate whoever wants to debate this subject for over 2 years now. And so to say that I'm just being Ben Shapiro and going around to college campuses and debating 19-year-old dudes in wigs claiming to be women, it's just not true, man. man. I debated Chris Cuomo right in front of you, Adam, the biggest host at CNN. So I just think this is ridiculous. Coleman made some, listen, I'm not going to say a negative thing about Coleman. He didn't attack me. He went at the issues, and I really appreciate him.
Thank you. And that's what I appreciate about Coleman Hughes as well. He never attacked Dave, not one time. He attacked his points every step of that interview, and I respected it. It was a really good informational interview to listen to. Like, I was over there on the side Googling things. Hold on, is that actually true? What's going on? Like, actually having a real intellectual debate. So I'm sorry, but like, bro, come on now. Anybody who watched that debate will sit there and be like, bro, it was hard to tell who won that debate. I gave it to Dave Smith, obviously, and some people gave it to Coleman Hughes, but the crowd majority gave it to Dave Smith. So shout out to him on that one. But yeah, Coleman Hughes never attacked Dave Smith personally like Adam is doing. He actually attacked his points that he was making, unlike Adam is doing. So I'm sorry, stop bringing up somebody that's obviously like a way better debater than you and has more intellectual integrity than you. Shout out Coleman Hughes. Even though I disagree with the guy, I respect the way he debates.
Respect that. I've actually been trying to host him on my podcast. I hope he'll do it.
Okay, Adam, your response.
Yeah, and listen, I do respect the fact that Dave does show up.
He does.
I mean, that's like, okay, cool. You showed up. Respect to that. I will give Dave credit. But Dave, and this is why I'm going to keep going back to this, to pretend that it was an even match, an even debate. He put you in a body bag, bro, and you're out here.
That's your opinion. That's your opinion of the debate. There's a lot of people, millions of people that believe that Dave Smith won that debate. So it's your one single opinion off of millions of others. And I mean, I'm pretty sure there's millions of people who also thought that he lost the debate. But your opinion on that debate does not hold weight here. It doesn't hold weight with the millions of people like that listen to it. So I'm sorry, Adam, but you saying that, oh, he got put in a body bag. Yeah, that's your analysis on the debate, not everybody else's. And you can't speak for everybody else like you are right now.
Still doubling down on all your positions when he went methodically and surgically.
This is the saddest thing. I've never been in a debate where someone.
I mean, bro, can you make a point and stop glazing Cole for making bro? Like, what are you doing? Like, it's just, are we glazing Cole or you're here to debate Dave Smith? Like, what? Like, I could not imagine baiting somebody as they sit there and glaze another debater that I've debated. Like, oh, yeah, he put you in the body bag. Like, bro, you want to go, bro, like, please, like, zip him up when you're done, bro. Like, I thought you was here to debate me, but apparently you're here to suck off Cole.
Just fell back to someone else's debate. Boom, boom, boom. Name one of the booms. Make the point for yourself. Me and you are supposed to be debating here, brother.
The memo from Wesley Clark. The memo from Wesley Clark. Your whole foundation. For your Israel, so listen up, little guy.
Wow.
So your whole foundation for Israel dragging America.
See, and that's the thing about Vinny too, though. He like I said, condescending as hell. He does the same thing to his guys on PBD. Like, especially when not Vinny, but Adam, especially when Vinny be making a good point and he'll sit there and like gaslight him, be condescending as hell towards him. And it's irritating because I'm just looking at it like, bro, Vinny's actually making a good point. And instead of actually attacking his point, you're just trying to make him look stupid and attack Vinny. This is one of the reasons I don't like Adam Sosnick, because, bro, he barely has respect for his co-hosts or barely has respect for the people that he does the show with. The only one he does have respect for is PBD. That's because PBD is his boss and be getting his ass together. And because, of course, these two agree on this whole being pro-Israel thing. But it is what it is. That's just their opinion. But the way Adam acts about his opinion is like, I'm going to be real with you, it's really distasteful. But let's let him cook. And no, I do want to see if I could bring up this Wesley Clark video, bro, because it's a bit irritating how we're just going to ignore that. We're just going to ignore the fact that he just told us that in our face, right? That's what we're going to do. We're just going to play stupid. Like, I'm sorry, but I just can't do it like y'all can. I can't do it like y'all can, okay, Adam? I just can't do it like you. I wish I can play as stupid as you, but I can't. But all right, man, let's go over to our guy Wesley Clark, man. Check this video out.
To the Pentagon, and I saw Secretary Rumsfeld and Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz. I went downstairs just to say hello to some of the people.
4-star general, by the way.
What else to do? So I said, well, did they find some information connecting Saddam to Al Qaeda? He said, no. He says, there's nothing new that way. They just made the decision to go to war with.
And yeah, a lot of those countries are destabilized. As actually, almost all of those countries are destabilized at this moment. All of them. I mean, bro, we just got done with Syria. Lebanon's been destabilized through Israel's relentless attacking. I mean, Somalia, bro, we effed that up in the 90s. We effed up Somalia in the 90s. So, I mean, that was already completed. So when a man reads out a list of countries that has yet to be overthrown, but then later on in the future, we overthrow or we try to hit a regime change in those countries and throw it into turmoil, we're just supposed to sit there and say that, oh, yeah, let's just ignore that when it comes to Dave Smith's point. Like, this was a general having a conversation with another general, and they're going like, yo, what the hell are we doing? We're planning on destabilizing all these countries, and we did it. But he's not supposed to draw up on that. Like, a general didn't just come out and say, we're going to attack these 7 countries, and it happened. We're just supposed to ignore that? Okay. Like I said, like Adam, no intellectual honesty, none.
Into war was that this memo from Wesley Clark showed up, and that's the reason that America got suckered into the Iraq war, because Israel convinced him to do it. And he went and surgically and methodically and very calmly was like, Dave, you don't know what you're talking about. Your entire foundation crumbled. And you're dipping,
so
you're doing your little
can
thing,
I respond?
or you're drinking your
Can I
nicotine.
respond to this?
So,
no, it didn't. Actually, even Cole Hughes admitted that, yeah, I ain't gonna lie, it's kind of crazy that we're hearing from a general who stated that he had another conversation with a general about how we're going to destabilize and go after these countries, and it happened. And you're trying to say that his foundation crumbled on that? Nah, actually, that makes his argument even stronger because it happened.
but the point is this: your Holland's
Man, you are
opens this
really
3-hour debate with Coleman Hughes. It wasn't close, Dave. And that's fine. You want to sort of be a revisionist.
Bro, what is this? So you're here to debate Dave Smith or glaze Cole Hughes, bro? Like, what are we doing? This is irritating at this point because you have not debated or even addressed not one of his points. You just been talking about, oh, well, Coleman Hughes did so good against you. It's like, God damn, bro. Like I said, zip him up when you're done.
Opinion.
And say, you know
no,
what?
I'm not being revisionist.
We went point for point. No, Dave, that was any person with logic, because you didn't have a response. Your only response was,
this is so
go read the
ridiculous,
book.
dude.
Adam, it is an unusual position to spend.
It's not ridiculous.
Adam, it's an unusual position that I've had you guys
because
on.
that was the aha moment for me. So far, where I said this guy is actually a lightweight.
Adam.
Oh my God, this is embarrassing. Like, this is embarrassing for PBD podcast. Like, this is why y'all should have fired Adam, because bro can't debate. All he can do is throw insults, and he sat here trying to debate Dave Smith and just glazed another guy the entire time. Crazy.
He's actually a lightweight.
Adam,
well, this is that moment for you for a lot of people, Adam. So congratulations.
Adam, my point to you, Adam, is simply be it's an unusual debating strategy to spend 10 minutes of this debate talking about another debate that most viewers may not have seen.
Exactly. Thanks. Please rewind that because I'm hoping that don't go over the God. I'm hoping MAGA this don't go over your head. But you can't sit here and tell me that he had an intellectually honest debate where he sat there and just debated his points, knocked them down one by one. No, he sat there and glazed a whole nother debater. This is why it's so funny.
It's an unusual position that I've had you guys
because
on.
That was the aha moment to for me.
So far,
where I said this guy is actually a lightweight.
Adam,
he's actually a lightweight.
Adam,
well, this is that moment for you for a lot of people, Adam. So congratulations.
My point to you, Adam, is simply be it's an unusual debating strategy to spend 10 minutes of this debate talking about another debate that most viewers may not have seen.
Yes, it's.
I mean, there's other debates that we can bring up. The fact, Dave, when's the last time you were in the Middle East?
Okay, so this is
the fact, Dave. When's the last time you were in the Middle East?
Okay.
I mean, bro, when was the last time you was in the Middle East outside of Israel? Please, bro. I mean, don't act like you're just this traveler of the Middle East. The only place in the Middle East you go to is Israel. I mean, cut that. That's some old bullshit if that's what you're trying to place. Well, I've been to Israel, like, so I know more about you than the Middle East. No, the fuck you don't. I mean, that's the same thing that, what was it? That, man, what was it? He debated that. What was that guy that he debated on Joe Rogan, where he said, "Well, you've never been to the Middle East and you're not an expert." It's like, oh my God, you're using that argument, But bro, what was his name? I forgot it completely. Douglas Murphy. That's his name. Douglas Murphy. He used that same argument, the same elitist argument against Dave Smith, and the internet cooked him for it. And he took that bullshit argument to Joe Rogan, bro. And look at you doing the same, trying to take the same argument to Piers Morgan. Okay, bro. Okay. Shout out to my man Ham, man. Appreciate the support. He says, Adam convinced me with bringing up Dave's dipping habit. Bombs away. All right. That's funny. Dave Smith, a great libertarian, smashes debates left and right. All centralized systems are failed. Hey, man, you know my man Lunatic Libertarian got to add that in there. And I know Lunatic Libertarian's offended. He's like, so you're saying we just don't matter? Okay, all right. Like, and it's a funny thing is how he just assumes, oh, well, you're just 1%. You libertarians aren't doing anything. You know, they vote in the elections too, or for, like, and let's be real, a lot of libertarians voted for Donald Trump. So they did actually matter in that election, for your information.
So this is what you're falling back to now? Yeah, right. No, you know the answer. You're not asking. I've answered it a million times, and you know the I have not been to the Middle East. Go do your best Douglas Murray acting job. Adam, brother, I was prepared to come in here on friendly terms. So you are humiliating yourself right now, dude.
I'm really not.
You're humiliating yourself right now.
No, you really are, bro. You really are humiliating yourself. Like, this is sad. Like I said, you have not addressed no points, and you did nothing but glaze a whole nother guy's debating skills. Like, what? This is embarrassing, bro. Even Piers Morgan is like, yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I thought a member of PBD would do a little bit better than this. Like, this is embarrassing, bro. Like I said, like, this is why PBDs became almost unwatchable at a certain point.
Humiliating yourself for the past 2 years, basically saying that America is a terrorist organization, that the IDF is a terrorist organization, and you're whitewashing actual terrorism. What are your thoughts on Islamic terrorism coming into the West? What are your thoughts on the war in the West? What do you think of ISIS? What do you think of the Muslim Brotherhood?
Are you asking me questions?
Go ahead.
It's a huge
I'm asking you a question.
And it's a huge risk, especially right now after we just murdered an Ayatollah and his whole family.
What's a huge risk?
Blowback terrorism is a huge problem, and having not secure borders is a nightmare of a policy.
I'm not talking about.
I'm very concerned about terrorism.
Blowback terrorism. Do you see what's going on in the West? Do you see what's going on where Piers Morgan lives in London? Do you see what's going on all over the world?
I've been an advocate of strict immigration controls for many years.
By the way,
you're just making stuff up because you have nothing, dude.
By the way,
you have nothing here, man.
You just said that America is a terrorist organization.
Adam, if you brought my country
into
it,
anti-American, and here I am as a proud American.
See, and bro, and that's what I'm saying. When they can't win the debate, they gotta fall back on, oh, you're anti-American, or oh, you're just a doomer. You're a doom and gloomer. It's like, okay, great. Thanks for letting me know that you can't debate the topic, and you gotta sit there and use personal attacks. Like, I'm sorry, but y'all just expose yourselves every trip. When you can't debate me on the topic, you gotta sit there and say I'm being doom and gloom, or I'm being an American, or I'm not being a team player. And it's just like, bro, this is politics, and I'm sticking up for what I believe in. So if sticking up for what I believe is not me not being a team player, then oh fucking well.
Saying that he doesn't know what he's talking about.
You said that Dave couldn't talk about the Middle East because he hasn't been there much. When was the last time you were in England?
I spent much time in England. My ex-wife was
Welsh. When was the last time?
She wasn't a sheep shagger.
When was the last time?
Yo,
the last time I was in
wow, and this is what I'm saying. It's like the disrespectful rhetoric towards Muslims, and now what we're going to, right? Goat effer, sheep shagger, which is hilarious. I ain't gonna lie. That's actually a little less watered down version of saying the goat effer thing. So sheep shagger, I actually like that one. But what? So now we're just gonna start disrespecting Muslims now. Like, look, we're talking about the Muslim extremists. Hey, man, I'm all for disrespecting those guys, but it don't really sound like you guys that's what you're going for when you're saying that. I wish you were going for that, but we all know that's not what you're going for here. Man.
Europe, in England, in the Middle East, where would you like me to go?
No, England.
The last time I was in England was about 8 years ago.
Right. So this idea, let me tell you.
The last time I was in Israel.
Let me tell you.
The last time I was in Israel.
This idea.
Was 3 years ago.
There is a weird.
Well, here's the thing, though. the same thing they're trying to do in England by saying there's a Muslim takeover, which there might actually be, but Piers Morgan has just been fighting it back and forth. But I'm gonna let him defend his own country. I'm gonna defend my country about this whole Muslim takeover BS. If you guys are really afraid about 5 million Muslims, actually less than that, probably like 4.3 million Muslims. If you're afraid of those Muslims when we have over 100 million Christians, most of them being Catholics, I'm sorry, but you're kind of being a crybaby for nothing. You're worried about a group of people when you're like basically 10x their size. And then they're gonna grow. I mean, to 80 million. By the time you get to 80 million, bro, you're gonna be at 200 million. So like, what Muslim takeover? I'm very confused. Like, you guys can't even substantiate that argument. All you can tell me is that, well, they built the mosque. Okay, cool. We built some churches. So
Pierce, do we have to put this episode out? I like Adam.
There
We
is
don't
a
have to
weird
air
idea,
this.
Adam. There are many people.
Are you saying that not going to a country?
Adam, many people. Hang on. Many people on the conservative right in America sitting under the illusion that my country has been taken over by radical Muslims. Let me tell you, I have lived here.
Here's the thing, though. Taken over by radical Muslims? No. Did y'all recklessly let a whole bunch of Muslims in? Oh, for sure. For sure, they recklessly let a whole bunch of Pakistanis in, not even really doing any type of vetting, and y'all let them in, and a few of them are conducting these rape gangs, are committing crimes, are hurting UK citizens. A few, not all. But that's the problem, though. A few do it, and when it comes to Muslims or Arabs, they take the few and frame them as all of Arabs or all of Muslims. And I mean, shoot, they'll never do that to Christians. They'll never do that to Jews, but they catch themselves doing it to them.
On and off for the last 8 years, unlike you. And respectfully, we have not been taken over by radical Muslims. It just hasn't happened the way it's being sold by people like Tommy Robinson to Americans. And you're all lapping it up.
How would you define it then, Pierce? How would you define it then, Pierce?
I think we have a Muslim population which is predominantly peaceful and inclusive and settled well. And we have some radical members of radical Muslims, as we have radical members of other religions.
I mean, true. We got them both. Like, yes, we have the most Muslims just want to be able to practice their religion in a country that promised freedom of speech and do it peacefully. Then there's some Muslims in this country that's like completely insane. They basically want a Sharia law, but they don't want to get the fuck out of here. It's like, yeah, I get that. There's those guys in here too, but that's a small group of Muslims. And I mean, for you guys to sit there and make that all of the Muslims in America is completely unfair. I mean, bro, we got some pretty crazy cultists out there that are Christians. I mean, you not know that the KKK is Christians? They're a bunch of Christians. So do I want to sit there and say that, oh, well, all Christians are racist because the KKK are Christians? Okay, then. Well, if I can't do that to you guys, Christians, then don't do it to Muslims. And I'm not even a Muslim. So I'm just being consistent across the board. If I can't take y'all radicals and say that that's all of you guys, then you can't do the same thing to Muslims then. And if you do, then I'm be real with you. If logic can't be applied across the board, then it's propaganda, and you've been propagandized
in this country, and we have to be very wary about it.
What other members of radical? What other members of radical religions?
Hang on. And we have had severe immigration control issues run by successive Conservative and Labour governments who frankly lost control of our border, both to illegal immigration, but also allowed way too many people in legally. And these are proper, legitimate things to be discussed. But framing it, as some people like to do, as my country's been overrun and overtaken by radical Muslims, it's just a lie. It's just not true. So yes, there are things to be concerned about. And yes, I want to see everyone who comes here assimilate.
Guys, do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. If you're on Facebook, make sure to heart the video. If you're on Rumble, make sure to smash that like button, guys. Appreciate the support. Let's keep it going. Any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, you can go ahead and super chat that in or send a Venmo, and I'll be happily read it out loud. Or once again, if you're on Rumble, send a Rumble rant.
Lives here assimilate into our culture? Of course I do. But this idea that we've been overrun and overtaken is nonsense.
Yeah. Pierce, can I just make one
you think it's all going out of proportion that everything that everybody is saying about Sharia law being imposed in London and Birmingham?
It hasn't been imposed here.
It hasn't.
It hasn't been imposed here.
Okay.
Yeah, but I remember when they were trying to say the same lie about Texas. Sharia law has been imposed in Texas. No, it hasn't. It hasn't. So why are we lying? Like Sharia law is in parts of the UK. No, it's not. So why are we lying? Maybe these communities living under Sharia law, like in their community, they can do that, but they can't put laws on the book that are a part of Sharia law. They can't, but they are allowed to practice Sharia law within their community. So, and that's what they're doing. Literally, that's literally what they're doing. Now, I'm not gonna say that there isn't some guys who try to go the extra mile, but that's a few Muslims who try to go that extra mile and try to ban alcohol sales in their districts and all that wild stuff. That's a few, not all of them.
You're saying that it's over.
There are
Dave,
a number of unofficial Sharia
guy.
courts operating. They have no legal basis or standing in the UK whatsoever. There is no Sharia law being operated legally in this country. End. It doesn't
Thank
happen.
you, Piers. Thank you for enlightening me. So you're saying it's all overblown, that
Why don't you come
Islamification
over,
of the West
with the whole
is
PBD
overblown?
team and let me take you on a guided tour of the UK, and trust me, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
I'm sure you're going to all the nicest places and definitely one of the most dangerous places, Piers. I'm sure you're not going to Birmingham or Brick Lane or anything like that.
I love Brick Lane, best curries in England. I love Birmingham, fantastic place.
Incredible Bangladeshi curry.
I'll take you there.
Back to my central thesis here is that Dave thinks that the United States military and the IDF are the equivalent of the Ayatollah and the Hezbollahs and the Hamas.
You made that point, Dave. Final point to you.
I know.
Final point
listen,
today.
I mean, I think we all kind of agree that like open borders and lack of immigration restrictions are not very sound policy, and that those ought to not be in place. But I do just want to say to the, I guess, almost brushed up against.
Isn't that what libertarians believe in, though? Don't libertarians believe in open borders, Dave?
Let him finish.
Anyway, let me just finish one point, Adam. Since you have nothing to say, just let me finish the point. Anyway, no, libertarians
I've already
don't believe
said
in
what
that.
I've had
I
to
certainly
say.
don't.
You've been in a body bag for about a year
so then
now.
let me finish. Yeah, great. Okay. Been in a
Go ahead.
bag. Anyway, let's see what the
He's out of the
reaction
body
to this
bag
one
now.
is. Let's see what the.
I mean, bro, completely cooked them. Even Pierce had to cook them on that point. It's like, bro, like, and I stay cooking I'm not gonna call them Islamophobia, but I'm gonna call them the Islamo intolerant. Yeah, the Islam intolerant or Muslim intolerance guys. It's like, bro, they take a few people and they make that all Muslims, and that's like, I'm be real with you, it's retarded. It's dumb. It's low IQ. And I'm be real with you, guys would never do that. And this is where I kind of pull your coward card, pull your whole card real quick. You don't do that to the Jews. You'll never do that. You'll never do it to Jews. You won't do it to Christians. I mean, you won't do that to any other group but Muslims. And why? Because you're following along with what everybody else is doing on X or Facebook or whatever. Here's the problem. You take a few people and you try to frame it as all. And trust me, I know how that feels as a black man, because a lot of people like to take a few black people in the hood and frame them as all. So trust me, I'm speaking from a position, because I'm speaking from let's just say I'm speaking from an experienced position as a black man. And it's kind of crazy how y'all are doing that to a group of people and expect me as a black man not to call that out. Like, are you serious? You used to do the same thing to my people. Take a few of us and frame this as all criminals. And I'm just supposed to sit by and watch y'all do it to another group of people? Right. I'm sorry. I got too much integrity for that.
Reaction to this debate is, okay, we'll take a look at that when it comes out.
Sure.
Anyway, but the idea that
we can gladly do that.
Great.
You're defending terrorism, and you think the United States is a terrorist organization.
Yeah, right.
Let's see what
the
rational
reaction.
MAGA people think. Go ahead, Dave.
Let's see. Okay. Anyway, the idea that you're making the point that the General Wesley Clark thing has been torn apart, and that was my entire case for Israel trying to push America into these wars is absolutely ridiculous. There's much more to it than that, and that point hasn't been torn apart. Pierce, is anyone going to seriously argue that Israel trying to push us into this war with Iran isn't a factor? As Benjamin Netanyahu, the longest-serving prime minister in Israeli history, brags about how this is the culmination of his entire life's work.
Not just that.
He's been advocating this for my entire life.
Well, Marco Rubio,
it's
Secretary
ridiculous.
of State, said it very clearly that America preemptively got involved in the strikes because Israel were going to attack Iran. And so America thought there would be revenge attacks against American interests and got in first.
And Netanyahu's been coming here every other week to try to lobby Trump into this war.
Guys,
and
pretend
that
so you guys are saying that Trump,
you
guys are saying that Trump is that
Adam, I have to bring this to an
big
end.
of a buffoon that he just gets dragged into wars.
Please
nice try.
Adam, come back and get another.
No, we're not saying that he's a buffoon. And that's the thing, though. They always take the most salacious side of it. No, I'm just saying that Donald Trump could be convinced. look, just because you were convinced about a bad idea don't mean you were a fool. I'm be honest with you. Like, it just means that you've been misled. You might not have had as much information as that person who's trying to mislead you. So we're not saying that, oh, he's just this fool that got led into it. I know that's how the Dems are going to frame it. And that's on, hey, they're allowed to have that opinion. But I can sit here and say that, yo, maybe he was actually misled into this. Doesn't mean he's a fool. It just means that, yo, this man's a businessman and not a military guy, not a general or not an ex-soldier or anything like that. So he can easily be misled when it comes to geopolitics and what's going on in the Middle East. So we can say he's been misled and he's not just some bumbling idiot who just said, okay, I'll go to war with Iran for Israel. I got you. Like, no.
I've loved having you on. Dave, always good to see you. I've sadly got to leave you there, but I appreciate it both very much. Thank you.
Enjoy that body bag, Adam.
Wow.
Enjoy that body bag.
Yes, yes. Allah Akbar. God is the greatest. I mean, I bet you don't even know that's what it means.
Look out for the comment section.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Allah Akbar, buddy.
Well, thanks to David Adam. I'm joined now by Bill O'Reilly, the host of No Spin News and author of Confronting Evil. Bill, welcome back to Uncensored.
You expect me to follow that, Morgan? Come on. Yeah, really. You know, this isn't a shot at anybody, but this is just for your audiences. Look, there's so much propaganda and misinformation that flows from people who are trying to get attention or make money on social media that it's almost impossible for regular folks who live their lives and have families and trying to do the right thing to know the truth. So I'm glad you have me on, because this is the educational portion of the Piers Morgan program where we back up everything we say. We don't get into these insane conspiracies or talk off the cuff. We know what we're talking about. So thanks for having me back.
Bill, always great to have you. You know that. The Iran war, what is your overview about where we are? And do you think that Donald Trump miscalculated how Iran would respond, in particular in relation to the economic war they've been waging with the Strait of Hormuz and the way they've attacked the Gulf, neighboring Gulf states with their oil refineries and with tourist spots and so on?
Okay, I'm going to do a stair step here. In every single war that's ever been fought in the history of mankind, there have been miscalculations. Every one. Because the fog of war cliche is true. Once you start to unleash violence on a mass level, you can't predict what will happen. And mistakes are always made by the victors and the people who lose. So that's history. Now, I did an interview with Lindsey Graham on my podcast called We'll Do It Live. That can be seen everywhere. On BillO'Reilly.com is where we live. And it's probably the best informational, interview ever done.
All right. Let's go. Let's get over the shameless plug, Bill O'Reilly. Let's get to the points here.
Speak to him all the time. Graham laid out why the administration did what it did. Now, you can disagree with it. You can think it's foolish. But the facts are that there was a reason to do this. And the reason still has been undefined. So the messaging of the reason wasn't really put out there so the world could consume it. Graham did that in my 1-hour conversation to him very precisely. So if you really wanted to know why America attacked Iran and Israel as our ally, you listen to that.
Motherfucker. Just tell us what this man Graham said. Tell us what Lindsey Graham says. Because if I got to go to that damn interview, I'm going to be a little salty. Like, come on, bro. Just tell us what is the point that he made was. Because I'm be real with you, whatever Lindsey Graham's saying probably wasn't even really a good point. The fact that you listen to Lindsey Graham, the biggest war hawk on the right, is hilarious. But all right.
And it's unimpeachable. Nobody has said, oh, he's not telling the truth. Oh, this isn't true. It is true. Now, as far as calculating cause and effect, it struck me that the Trump administration should have anticipated a problem in the Strait of Hormuz and might have bombed that area to make it more difficult for the Iranians to attack the tankers. But I'm second guessing now American and Israeli intel and the Pentagon. And I'm not really qualified to second guess it. But as an American, that's a legitimate question. The one factor that hasn't been reported or discussed is China. China gets 80% of Iran's oil. Did you know that, Piers?
Yeah.
80%. China.
Yeah, I know, and they're still getting it.
His lifeline is Putin and Iran for 1.5 billion people to have energy. Trump has to take that into account. That is an enormous factor here. You have not heard China say much about Iran. They certainly.
Now, okay, here's the problem though. That's an enormous factor economically, but it's not really an enormous factor inside of the war. Actually, if it is, then that's pretty damn concerning, because that means that China might be willing to get a little bit more involved than just providing satellite images and intelligence to Iran. So you're telling me if their whole economic stability hinge on this, what makes you think that they might not just, I don't know, sell a nuclear bomb to Iran, or go in there and try to solve things themselves if their very economy hinges on it? So I hear what he's saying, but I'm just like, dog, if this is true and they're feeling this type of pressure, then I'm gonna be real with you, and their whole economy hinges on it, why would they just sit by and say, oh, well, I guess we're gonna let it play out? No, they would get involved.
They haven't stuck up for the mullahs. They have not. So I suspect, in addition to the negotiations that are taking place between the United States and Iran, and nobody knows who's in charge in Iran, other negotiations very secretly are being done between Washington and Beijing. That would have to happen because it's so volatile. China is not going to allow itself to be starved of energy.
Nope.
Okay, but explain to me.
I mean, and it could work out two ways. This could make China make, Iran be more of a diplomatic partner, be like, look, man, we can't go down with you. You need to go ahead and make nice with the United States. Or this worst case scenario right here, that China's like, all right, look, we're just going to sell this bomb to you, sell these bombs to you, sell nuclear bombs to you. You'll keep them, and you'll just keep them as a deterrent. So United States don't F with you in our oil. I mean, those are two things that could easily happen.
Now, any of this is consistent with Donald Trump, the presidential candidate in 2024, saying that he would not take America into any more senseless Middle Eastern wars because they were way too expensive, both on economy and human life, that he would focus on America first, sorting out the problems in America. He'd make it secure at the border, which he's done to his credit, and that he would bring the cost of living down, and he would reduce inflation and get rid of it. How does any of what he's done with Iran tick any of those boxes? Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like he's done the complete opposite to what he campaigned on.
Yeah, walking backwards.
Well, you're asking a very legitimate question, but things change. So the threat level in Iran changed. And the information, and Graham spelled this out again in the podcast I did with him, was that, yes, the United States destroyed about 75% of the Iranian nuclear capacity last June, but they were weeks away from enriching uranium now so that they could make a nuclear weapon, a low-level one if they wanted, and hand it off. Trump got that intel. Then he got intel from Assad, from Israel, that all the mullahs are going to be in one place at one time. This is after 6 weeks of negotiation where the Iranians basically said to the Americans, hey, blank you, gave us the middle finger. We're going to do what we want.
Oh, yeah, and shout out to Chad. He sent in a little bit of information. Like I said, guys, if you're a member, I'll go ahead and I'll read out any, questions or information that you want to go ahead and plug in if I catch it. But all right, Sadie said Iranian oil makes up only 10 to 15% of imports to China. That's 80% of oil exports to China from Iran has actually increased during this conflict, which is true. Yeah, that is true. And you're right. The way he did kind of make this 80%. Oh, well, 80% of Iranian oil goes to China. Yeah, well, sadly, it's only 15% of their imported oil. So he did kind of make it sound more important than it really was. Like, that is true.
We don't care what you say. Now, I talked to Donald Trump myself, one-on-one, private conversation on the phone, 1 week before the U.S. military action was launched. And that entire conversation was about making a deal. Trump did not want to do this. He didn't want to use military action. And we discussed various ways that a deal might happen. My emphasis was on Beijing. Okay, get them in a position where we'll help them in a way that they need, China, in return for they pressure the mullahs to give up their nuclear construction. That was my idea, okay? But then, in the final meeting in Geneva with Witkoff and the Iranian representatives, okay, Iran said, look, there's no sense in talking any further. We're not going to stop. Now, when you say that to President Trump, what do you...
Yeah, see, and this is where a lot of people are counting Dast on Witkoff, because the thing about it, the Omanian foreign minister came out and said, one, what he's saying is not true. What Lindsey Graham's saying is not true. They said, no, Iran was ready to give up their nuclear capabilities. They're ready to give up their stockpile, and they was ready to give up their enrichment as well. And this is what the Omanian foreign minister was saying. And this is one of the guys that was in those negotiations, mediating between the two parties. So, yeah. And now we got Lindsey Graham and Steve Witkoff coming out saying, oh, they came in trying to brag about their stockpile. But Iranian foreign minister and the Omanian foreign minister both said, no, we were just giving they were just giving them a report on what they had. And for some reason, they took that and ran to Donald Trump talking about, oh, well, they're trying to create a bomb. They're bragging about what they have. We can't negotiate with them. And I believe this is why the Omanian foreign minister came out on Face the Nation to expose that lie, because as he was seeing that, hold on here, you guys walk away from this happy, but then all of a sudden there's escalations later. So I think even he picked up that, and I'm going to keep it fair. It's either the Omanian foreign minister is lying about how those talks went, or Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner are the ones that's lying about what's going on in these negotiations.
Okay, Iran said, look, there's no sense in talking any further. We're not going to stop. Now, when you say that to President Trump, what do you think's going to happen? He's not remembering what his campaign slogan was. He's saying these guys are serious. They're going to build a nuke, and I believe they'll use it. And I'm not taking the chance. And when the call came in, all of them are going to be in the same place. We're going to go knock them out. I would have done the same thing. How about you?
Well, I think again, there's an inconsistency, I would argue, between the rhetoric that followed the 12-day war last summer, where everyone was assured we've neutralized the nuclear.
You know what? I mean, look, if that's actually how it went down, because I actually do got to address that part. If that's actually how it went down, then yeah, I understand completely where the president will be coming from. If they're literally in our face talking about, oh, we don't give a fuck, this is what we got. And here's the thing, this is why it don't make sense, because I mean, like, bro, so you're telling me you just came to this negotiation just to brag in my face about your nuclear capabilities? And remember, that's what's coming from Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, and that's what they told to Trump. But then we got the Omanian foreign minister going like, what are you guys talking about? They literally came in there ready to give up their enrichment and their stockpile. So what are you over here telling the president?
A threat from Iran, and within 9-10 months, apparently it's all been rejuvenated. I find I just think some part of that, Bill, some part of that argument doesn't ring true. Either it wasn't true when they first said it, or it wasn't true in February. They can't both be true.
If you can show me a quote where they said all of Iranians' nuclear weapon capacity has been destroyed, I will see the point. I can't find that quote.
Not all, but they made it. They made it clear to me. See, let me hypothesize.
They made it clear that they badly harmed Iran's ability to do it.
That's true.
So then, okay, so we badly harmed their ability to do it. Yet here we are back then taking it way more seriously than we were back in July. So, like I said, when you follow the logic of that, it don't really sound like we had that much progress on it, because here we are back again complaining about the same enriched uranium, complaining about the same stockpile that, I mean, that Midnight Hammer was supposed to take care of, but it didn't. And here we are again. And remember, MAGA was really defensive over that strike. I mean, bro, y'all was trying to call anybody un-American and disrespectful towards troops if we said that it happened anyway else. If we told you, like, bro, I don't think their nuclear stockpile was affected. Oh, you're being un-American. You don't trust our government, or you don't trust the troops. Like, wait, what? No, I'm just saying that it doesn't look like that happened because there was no nuclear fallout when Mount Fordo was bombed, and we didn't go in there and secure the stockpile, which we need to actually put boots on the ground for, by the way. So I'm sorry, but yeah, logically, it doesn't line up.
But there were other labs working on the same thing that were not destroyed.
But let me offer you a different
And again,
hypothesis, which I'm not saying necessarily I subscribe to this, but just hear me out, which is that the 12-day war, a bit like the strike on Venezuela to get rid of Maduro, the 12-day war was incredibly precise, incredibly successful, almost zero damage to any American personnel or interests, fantastic, successful, and notable for the very muted response from the Iranians. And I think you then move to what happened in Venezuela. Again, very precise military strike, no loss of life to American service people. The capture of the Venezuelan president, taken to custody in New York, and a brilliant success again. I think Trump was riding high off the back of that, and I think the Israelis were pushing hard. Yes, we've got the Ayatollah here with all these people. If we decapitate the regime, it'll be exactly like Venezuela. You'll neutralize this problem. And I think Trump decided to go for it. And I think as he looks at it now, he realized that this is a very, very different situation to Venezuela. I think they've miscalculated just how skillfully, and I use that purely as a description of, I think, how their strategy has been, how skillfully the Iranians have controlled the Strait of Hormuz, and how they have attacked their Gulf neighbors to get them in line as well, and make tourists fearful, and make expats want to leave, how they've attacked refineries there in response to their own refineries being attacked, and that's been incredibly destabilizing to the Gulf states.
Yeah, it's been a tit for tat. Like, look, if we had and that's the thing with Iran, and that's why Trump's 48 hours was a bit concerning, because he said, well, we'll attack your oil and energy, we'll attack your energy infrastructure, and we all knew it was going to follow up after that Iran was going to attack, well, all the energy infrastructure in the Middle East. And that's going to, I mean, really, that was probably going to destroy the global economy just off that one move. So, yeah, it's been a tit for tat type of ordeal here. And it seems like Iran's saying, look, we'll go as far as you're willing to go. I mean, as outside of a nuke, like, look, if you guys want to start blowing up civilian centers or civilian buildings, we'll start blowing up civilian buildings. If you want to attack our military assets, we'll attack yours. It's been a tit for tat type of ordeal.
I think you put it all together, and I think Donald Trump has, I've been a long time like you, I think he's reached a point with this where it's gone way bigger than he calculated, way longer than he thought it would go, and that he has underestimated Iran's ability to not fight back militarily, but to fight back economically, and that is going to be politically toxic for him, and he now needs an off-ramp. And the question then becomes, what is the off-ramp which looks like victory? And I think it's a tricky one. I really do, to claim a victory if the Iranian regime remains in place, and if you see no uprising from the Iranian people, and if America does not get a commitment to either hand over the enriched uranium or goes in and gets it, which would be boots on the ground, which would be disastrous. I don't see any easy off-ramp here. Do you?
Well, no, but you're spouting a theory.
Yeah.
It may be right, but it doesn't jibe with what my information flow is, because, as I said, Trump didn't want this military action. It wasn't his arrogance that, oh, I kicked Venezuela's butt, so now I can do the same thing to Iran. I mean, he would have told me if you wanted it. That's what we would have discussed, how to go about it militarily. That's not what we discussed. It was how to get a deal. So going forward, here's how I see it. Iran's going to have to make a deal because Trump's not going to stop. And if he has to lose the midterms, he'll lose the midterms. Remember, he didn't have to run again. Okay? He's not stopping. He's not going to say, we lost.
I mean, basically, he's saying that Trump is willing to leave us to the Democrats all for this war. Then how could he ever say he was America first? If it's like, well, F it, he doesn't have to run again, and he could just leave us to the Democrats then, if that's the case. But he got to do this war. It's like, bro, you sound retarded. I'm be real with you. That sounds dumb. Like, what? It's like, bro, the cope that y'all got to do to make this sound right is crazy.
Ever. That's number one. So the deal is going to look like Iran will allow weapons inspectors in, probably from the UN, to examine what's going on with the nukes. They'll stop enriching, and they will destroy their ballistic missile capacity, which is already almost destroyed. So we're only talking about a few missiles, not many. Okay, in return, there'll be more favorable economic treatment for Iran on a rebuild basis. Trump knows he's not going to get regime change. So that's, he can saber rattle on it, but that's not going to happen unless the Persian people rise up. And, with these people gunning you down in the street, you're a student of history a little bit, Piers. In 1945, when the Russians were coming in from the east and the Allies coming in from the west to Berlin, German people didn't rise up against Hitler. Nobody rose up against Hitler in Germany because the SS would shoot you down in the street. It's the same thing going on in Iran.
I mean, that, and he was democratically elected. Like, they ain't no Hitler glaze. I'm just saying though, like, he was democratically elected. So to sit there and compare the two is a bit of a false equivalence, because actually, and scary enough, a lot of people was actually getting down what Hitler was doing. Well, I would say economically, outside of, him killing killing 6 million Jews, he did pretty much bring back the German economy. I mean, let's not forget that part, which is probably why a lot of people was agreeing what Hitler was doing, because he brought back prosperity to Germany, which blinded them into letting him lead them into atrocities. So that's pretty much how it played out.
So likely, and I think within a space of a couple of weeks, this thing will cease and some kind of an arrangement will be made so that the mullahs can tell their people they didn't lose, and Trump can tell his people they won. We won. America won. That's what's likely to happen.
Bill O'Reilly, I will invite you back in 2 weeks' time, and we shall see.
If I'm not deported, I may be in Portugal.
You know what? You'll be even nearer to me, Bill. Get on a plane to London.
Yeah.
Great to have you.
We're coming to England at the end of May, and you're gonna do an interview with me. I'm telling you, you're gonna do, or I'm coming to your house. About this Muslim intrusion. On London.
Let's talk about it,
please.
Okay, so you're in, right?
I'm happy to talk about that.
All right. Excellent. We'll set it on up. Thanks for having me on the program.
And I'd love to see you on the set of Uncensored while you're here. It'd be great.
Okay.
Bill, great to have you. Thanks very much. Well, Jesse Ventura is a former U.S. Navy SEAL, a former professional wrestler, a former actor, and a former governor of Minnesota. We've had many memorable interviews over the years. I'm pleased to say he joins me again now. Jesse, how are you?
I'm doing good, Piers. It's been a long time for you and I. I tried to retire, but I tried to retire, but unfortunately, they sent the Gestapo to my high school and they hit it with chemical weapons, which are a war crime. And that brought me back out of retirement to stand up against the war criminal in the White House.
Wow. Well, that sounds suitably dramatic.
Okay.
Well, that's the way it happened. I mean, I was retired. I hadn't watched the news since the last election. My son said, "You're way better, Dad. You're not tense anymore. Keep it up." And then lo and behold, these ICE characters, I call them the Gestapo, and I think I can do that. And let me get something straight right now, Piers,
please,
so people know where I'm coming from. My uncle Emil fought in World War I. My parents both fought in World War II. My father had 6 bronze battle stars in Europe. My mother was a nurse in North Africa, which predated Normandy, fighting Rommel, the desert fox, the greatest.
And I don't have to stop him, right? Like, bro, oh man, respect to your family, dog. Your whole family that made sacrifices for this country, and we thank you for that. But where I got to push back on you would be, yeah, okay, but you know, these ICE officers are only in this situation because, one, of the reckless immigration policy that was under Biden, and two, the fact that protesters aren't being, controlled. They're not being told to look, stay behind this line while an investigation or a law enforcement action is going down. They're not being told that. Actually, for some reason, their mayors and governors are letting them. Well, we're talking about Minneapolis, by the way, letting them get in the face of ICE officers, have them obstruct their investigations, get in the way while they're making arrests, and you think nothing's going to happen out of that? I would literally have to ask them that and be like, bro, you can't say that this isn't being manufactured at a certain point, and you're low-key falling for it by trying to villainize our ICE officers instead of villainizing the public officials who don't want to give them no help, who don't want to provide crowd control, and who's letting these radical protests, radical leftists attack them and dox them and harass them. Like, you just can't talk about one side and not address what's going on the other.
German general. Both my parents were World War II veterans. My brother and I are both Vietnam veterans and member of the Navy UDT SEAL. We both did 2 tours to Southeast Asia. So everyone in my family is a war veteran. I wanted to get that out right now, so it'll help with the things that I'm going to say to you in the moments to come.
So ICE agents came to your school, you said?
Okay, do me a favor and double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's go ahead and get those likes up. Appreciate the support, guys. And if you're on Rumble, go ahead and like the video. Facebook, go ahead and heart the video. And on Kick, well, you can't really do anything, so just keep watching. Shout out Kick.
What's that?
You said the ICE agents came to your school.
Yeah, the ICE agents came to the school where I went to high school, chasing some guy down just like the Gestapo. And I heard people were offended calling them that. Really? I can tell you right now, if my parents would have been alive and they would have seen what happened in Minneapolis, they would have called it the Gestapo too. So they come to my school, they use tear gas.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. I'd have to ask you, what would your parents say about, our ex-president Joe Biden letting in about 4 to 7 million undocumented immigrants? I mean, what would they say about that? Wouldn't that warrant for this? I'm being real with you. I mean, it doesn't look good, but that's because it's messy. Like, yes, we let in a whole bunch of undocumented immigrants, and to clean it up is a messy job, especially when we got sanctuary cities that's dedicated to hiding them. We got employers that's supposed to be hiring American citizens that's dedicated to hiding these guys. So we got our own American people who is dedicated to pretty much ignoring the immigration laws of this country. Oh, American people, by the way. And this is what I hate about these old ISIS Gestapo guys, that you're never really willing to address that point. All right, then what the fuck are we supposed to do about these undocumenteds? Like, what are we supposed to do then? Just let it go down? Like, what would your parents say to that? They never want to address that, do they?
Pepper spray at the school. Now, here's a question I have, Piers. My uncle Emil fought in World War I, and he was gassed. He came home, but his life was ruined. He could never do anything. What did they do? They outlawed it. Gas using chemical weapons became a war crime. Why is it that you can't use them on your enemy, but you're allowed to use them on your own people?
Because tear gas and whatever gas they was putting on you was 2 different types, dog. I'm sorry, but come on now, bro. Come on. Like, that was lethal gas. That was gas that, changed people's lives, bro. Tear gas is not that. Like, come on now. Let's water down the rhetoric a little bit. You're taking it to the extreme.
That has always been, where is the media on this? Using chemical weapons against our own people, which is in essence a war crime.
Well, I think I wouldn't describe the gas used by ICE agents as chemical weapons. I mean, that infers
Yeah,
weapons of
it's
mass
tear
destruction.
gas. They're spraying people from 6 inches away right in their face. I can't use that.
Yes, yeah, they're gonna do that if you walk right up to a police officer and put your hands on him while he's trying to arrest somebody. What do you think's gonna happen, bro? It's like at a certain point, like, bro, I respect your service, but dog, you might be a little bit too old to think about this logically.
In war, I wasn't allowed to carry tear gas or any type of chemical weapon in war. It's banned from war. It's considered a war crime. You can't use it against your enemy, but you can use it against your own people. Doesn't something ring wrong there for you, Piers?
Well, a lot rang wrong about what was going on in Minnesota, and I'm very glad that it has been resolved, at least for now. And I think
it
Donald
hasn't
Trump
been resolved.
Well, no, not
Piers,
completely, but
nothing's been resolved.
No, I understand.
We have 2 dead people here.
Yeah,
2 people were killed by the Gestapo here.
Yeah, I understand. And those investigations are ongoing, but at least the ICE activity that was going on and the way it was being conducted has been removed from Minnesota, which is a good thing. And I thought what happened was appalling. And I said so at the time. Let me ask you about Iran and your view of this war.
Well, here's how I feel about it. There's a simple thing as a leader, and you know this having been in the military. Trump wouldn't know it because he's a draft-dodging coward. But anyway, it's...
Yeah, you know what? And look, I know people like to call Trump a draft dodger, but it's not really draft dodging if you literally had like, well, an ailment or a physical disability that kept you from war. I mean, I know you guys want to sit there and say, well, he paid his dad, or his dad paid the doctors off. We have no proof of that. Like, we don't. So if we want to work off the facts, all you can really say is that, well, he got bone spurs and he wasn't able to serve, and that's that. I mean, you trying to radicalize it past that, that's TDS. That's where we kind of bring into Trump derangement syndrome, because it's like, dog, you're doing too much. You're trying to pretty much make up evidence that's not there. You're like, can you prove that Donald Trump's dad paid off that doctor to say he had bone spurs? No, you can't. So why are you sitting here saying he's a draft dodger when you cannot prove it with no evidence, no nothing, just you hating Trump? And I get you don't like what he's doing with the war, me neither, but you can't just sit there and say, oh, he's a draft dodger when you can't prove that. You can't prove that the doctor was paid off either.
This. A war is justified if you're willing to send your kids. Because how can you send somebody else's kids to a war if you won't send your own? So I'm calling right now for Barron Trump, Donald Trump's son. You know, after all, he's had 3 wives.
I respect that. I respect that position. It's like, yeah, low key, if you're president, I think you should have a son, daughter, like a good amount of relatives that's in the army. So you got some skin in the game too.
Kids by each wife, and nobody's ever served in the military. To my knowledge, a Trump in the last 100 years has never done military service. Well, Barron, you can change that. Enlist in the United States military right now. Do something your father didn't have the courage to do. Do something your father didn't have the patriotism to do. I want to see a Trump in the military. Everybody in my family has served, so I think I can say that with all due confidence. Come on, Trumps. Don't just reap the benefits of this free world. Somebody put on the uniform, and that's you, Barron. And I heard the excuse that Barron might be too tall. David Robinson served on active duty. He was 7 feet tall before he ever went to the San Antonio Spurs basketball team. David Robinson went to the United States Navy Military Academy. He's one of my officers, not directly, but he would have been.
Okay, look, it's one argument that a Trump should serve. That's a perfectly reasonable argument to make. A lot of people feel that way. But it doesn't change what's going on in Iran. What is your view of this war? Do you think it's a legitimate war? Many people think that the Iranian regime has been the instrument of terror through the Middle East for 40 years.
Of course they have been. Of course they have been, Piers. But wait a minute. Trump then calls you guys NATO cowards. Wait a minute. NATO is set up to protect. That means that if a NATO country is
that is true. NATO is set up to protect, not get drugged into a war just because you want to go to war with Iran. Just because you got beef with Iran don't mean you got to drag NATO into it. NATO's supposed to pull up if Iran strikes us. And I know what you're saying. Well, said we're just supposed to be waiting for somebody to attack us for NATO to get involved. Yes, because that's exactly what the hell they're doing.
Attacked, they will all join together to repel it. It doesn't go in reverse. It doesn't mean if one of the NATO countries starts a war that all the others have to join in.
Thank you.
That ain't part of the deal. The deal is protection, not aggression. And we started this war, and then he's calling you guys a bunch of cowards because you won't come in and help him.
I mean, yeah, that's true. That is a bit wild. It's just like, I mean, first off, bro, how about this? Put your son in the military, and then we'll see who's a coward. Let's see if you're so gun-ho for war, Trump. Like, yo, let's put some of your relatives in there. Let's put your granddaughter in there, and let's see if you're so gun-ho for war. I know it's fucked up to say that, but he kind of got a point. I do think that we need to start having our presidents actually have some type of military service, or start having family members in the military so they actually know the consequences of what the fuck they're doing. But I mean, hey, it is what it is. Hold on, what else did he say?
Trump then calls you guys NATO cowards.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. NATO is set up to protect.
And I mean, let's be real. I know guys on MAGA says, well, this affects them too. They should be able to jump in. I mean, they're NATO. Yeah, no. Like I said, we look, they got to wait for them to get attacked in order for us to get involved. It's the same thing on their side. We just don't drag them in because we want to, because we got ourselves into a situation we can't seem to dig ourselves out of right now. No, that's not how it works.
That means that if a NATO country is attacked, they will all join together to repel it. It doesn't go in reverse. It doesn't mean if one of the NATO countries starts a war that all the others have to join in. That ain't part of the deal.
And if it was, shoot, we'd have American soldiers in Ukraine right now.
The deal is protection, not aggression. And we started this war, and then he's calling you guys a bunch of cowards because you won't come in and help him. Well, why didn't he talk to you beforehand? And second of all, that isn't what the mission is. The mission is to protect the countries if they're attacked, not to go on the offense and do the attacking.
Okay, but do you think America was justified in joining Israel in the attack on Iran?
No.
Why not?
Absolutely not. Because we started the war. I'm not for starting any war. We fired the first shot. Plain and simple. You want to put it in Rambo terms? We drew first blood.
Many would argue, of those who support the war, that Iran had drawn a lot of blood through this regime for a very long time. They had supported and propped up. Well, hang on, Jesse. They had armed groups like Hamas and the Houthis and Hezbollah for decades. They had wreaked utter havoc, drawing enormous amounts of blood, and that actually the reason America and Israel had to deal with them now was that they were imminently going to get a nuclear weapon and may well use it. What do you say to that?
Well, here's what I say. Let's get the real history in. You know, I listen to people like Congressman Lawler in New York. They all love to go back to 1979, the day the Ayatollahs took over. They conveniently don't go back to when I was alive. I'm a little older than them. Let's go back to 1953, shall we? When Iran had a Democratic elected president. The United States didn't like him.
True. Thank you. True. Because he wanted to nationalize his oil, make it a better deal because Britain and the United States we was playing them on their oil. Yes, we was pretty much playing them on their oil, making them charge less. They weren't making as much money as they could have. And one president decided to stand up and say, look, we need to nationalize our oil so we can actually make it work for the Iranian people. And we interfered with that. And it's kind of funny. I remember I was debating it with Monty, and he was like, well, do you know what nationalize mean? Like Maduro nationalized? No, that's not the same type of nationalizing I'm talking about. He's nationalizing his oil so he can sell it at a higher price to get a better deal or get more money flowing into his country for his people. That's it. And the fact that we got away with that, the fact that we got interfered with that is the reason why we're here today. I hope you know this.
pulled a coup d'etat, and what did we do? We stuck the authoritarian dictator, the Shah, in power. That's when the
Oh, guys, we're like, what? I think 60 away from the goal. So you can go ahead and send in a super chat with any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements. Or you can send in, like, I don't know, $30 Venmo, and that will equal 60. So, you know, many ways to support the channel. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, though, if you haven't already.
hate America started was way back in the 50s when we interfered in their democratic elections. But how convenient we are that we forget that. Then in 1979,
Literally, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, when people talk about Iran, they talk about it from the standpoint of what? 1979, I believe. 1979. They talk about it at the dawn of the revolution. They don't ever want to go back to the 1950s, where this is where it really started, where we got heavily involved in their politics. A politician or their president wanted to get a better deal for them, and we got in the way of that. And the Iranian people know that. And we not only did we get in the way of that deal, but we also made their Shah buy weapons from us at the disadvantage of his own people. And they know this. So that's 2 times we got involved in their government and made the people suffer so we could benefit. And what do you think they're going to think of us? Like, come on now. And you wonder why they scream death to America.
what took place, the Ayatollahs took over, who were probably worse than the Shah. But let's remember, the hatred of America was started by America. It was not started by the Iranians. We interfered in their government way back in the 50s and overturned their democratic elected president. And then the dictatorship started with the Shah and now went to the Ayatollahs. And here we are today. But I'd like for Congressman Lawler to at least try to go back in history from before he was born to see what could have occurred, and that the United States was the person that caused the hatred between the 2 countries.
You know, Jesse, I know you're very scathing of Trump now. There was a time when you were on more friendly terms. Here's a clip from you both at WrestleMania 20.
You know what? I think that we may need a wrestler in the White House in 2008.
When you look at that, Jesse, I mean, that was 12, 13 years ago, I think. Trump has also been made a WWE Hall of Famer, which I know has angered you.
Yep.
How do you feel now looking back at that clip?
I feel that simply I was doing my job. I was doing what I was asked to do at the WWE. Trump being a Hall of Famer is a tragedy. This guy has never been in the ring. I got a good friend, Ken Patera, Olympian, first man to overhead press 500 pounds, 25 years in the wrestling business. Kenny Patera is not in the Hall of Fame. Donald Trump does not belong in the Wrestling Hall of Fame. He never earned it. You know what I had to do to get in the Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame? At one point in my career, I wrestled 63 consecutive nights in a row. That's how you get in the Hall of Fame. When I was referring to putting a wrestler in the White House.
All right. But I know what? Actually, let's get over to X real quick. You know, the Adam Sawsnake, bro, this guy here. So pretty much what he says, I debated the most unfunny, unpatriotic comic in America. First off, unfunny, come on now. He's averagely funny. I ain't gonna sit there and glaze Dave like he's the funniest comedian alive. He's not. He's all right. He's all right. And unpatriotic, I mean, yeah, come on now, bro. Like I said, anybody that disagrees with this whole war, apparently we're unpatriotic. And I mean, that's just, honestly, you're not really engaging in our argument. You're just name calling, just like the libs do. But, you know, even I added my 2 cents in here. Bro, you got cooked. All you did was glaze coal. I mean, let's see here. We got Clint Russell. I didn't even have to watch to know you got bodied. I'll confirm back in an hour. Damn. I'm a fan of yours, but I have to admit, you didn't do very well. Damn. Oh, Lord. Not one of your homes like, bro, look, man, I'm a fan of yours, but you didn't do very well at all. I mean, Elmo, this cut got owned by Comic Dave Smith. Oof.
War in American history.
Saying the United States is a terrorist organization. You've already lost the debate.
When our politicians lie us into wars that slaughter millions of innocent people, I consider that terrorism. I'll run circles around you on this, dude. Check the scoreboard. Most unpopular war in American history going in. Check the scoreboard. 13 dead Americans, millions of innocent people being displaced.
You have the luxury of sitting in your little studio with your hooded sweater like you're 17 years old.
I have a wife and children. Who depends on you, Adam? Your mom?
Okay. I also have a significant other. Saying the United States.
Oh yeah, they might have cut that one. I didn't hear that. Let's see, I will never understand how someone can be so consistently wrong and bad at everything and will still go out in public every day to just do it again. Wild. Adam is the first guy I've seen on a podcast flexing another man's arguments. LOL. Like, bro, literally. And he thought he won. Oh my God. You actually got annihilated, man. PBD podcast should be very ashamed of having you on their team. Couldn't make a single valid point in a live debate. Oh my God. Woo. That's tough. That's tough. I mean, bro, that's how a lot of people look who debate like Adam. It's like, bro, you don't make any good points and y'all just get cooked. Now I'm like, Adam, he put you in the coffin, bro, in the coffin. But all right, let's get to some war analysis here. Let's see what's going on.
Israel intercepting Iranian strikes overnight as the Islamic regime continues.
And this is where I'm confused. Guys, are we under a ceasefire or not? Or not? Because I'm just like, well, Iran's still firing. Israel's still firing. So where's this ceasefire at? Please.
It's a missile barrage on the region.
But President Trump says Iran might want to make a deal to end the fighting. Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Ying's live in Tel Aviv with the latest. Trey.
Todd, Carly, good morning. As diplomatic efforts play out, the Iranians are continuing their attacks against Israel, launching a number of ballistic missile barrages against this country overnight. One of those missiles early this morning slammed into the heart of Tel Aviv. You can see here in this aftermath video, black smoke was rising from the horizon. We just returned from this scene where first responders were removing debris and rubble. This was a direct impact, according to police. And there was a 220-pound warhead on top of the missile that caused the damage that you see here. There were some interceptions overnight across central Israel as Israel's advanced air defense system worked to shoot down the incoming fire. The Israelis and the Americans are striking back, hitting the heart of the regime in Tehran and other locations, going after many of the storage facilities for these ballistic missiles. You can see in some of this video over the weekend that was released by U.S. Central Command. All of this coming as President Trump says those diplomatic efforts are playing out, and he's giving the Iranian regime 5 days to come to terms for a deal. Take a listen.
We're giving it 5 days, and then we're going to see where that takes us. And I would say at the end of this period.
Here's the thing, though. Like, they say 5 days, but I'm gonna be real with you. You think Iran's gonna want to? I mean, think about it. Our ally, Israel, greatest ally in the Middle East, apparently, is still striking Iran. Iran is still striking Israel. I mean, Iran is still striking places in the Middle East. So, or the Gulf states. So, where's this ceasefire at? Like, I'm really confused. Like, what you're saying that we stop firing, so we're considering that a ceasefire while they are? I mean, I guess that I guess that's okay, but I don't think they're going to really come to an agreement if our ally is striking them. They might, though. They just might. Be honest with you, I'm hoping that they will. I'm hoping that they can get to a stricter version of the JCPOA and Trump could ride off into the wind with that. Because I'm be real with you, if he comes to the table and gives Iran any one of his demands, he's going to be seen as weak. And of course, you know, negotiating with terrorists, which apparently we don't do, even though we've done it many times in the past before.
It could very well.
It's a phrase, guys. It's not something that we actually do.
For everybody, as good as if we went all the way and just literally annihilated the place, which if we don't have to do that, that would be a good thing, not a bad thing.
The Iranians have pushed back, saying that talks aren't taking place, but reports indicate there are conversations happening. You can see some video here in Tehran, the aftermath of those U.S. and Israeli strikes that continue to pressure the Islamic regime. As this is continuing, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu also speaking out about the possibility of a deal.
Earlier today, I spoke with our friend, President Trump.
President Trump believes there is a possibility to leveraging the mighty achievements obtained by the Israeli Defense Forces and the U.S. military in order to realize the goals of the war in a deal that will preserve our vital interests.
It's clear that President Trump wants to give the Iranian regime yet another chance to come to the negotiating table and make serious concessions. If they don't, there are more U.S. forces on the way to the region and more options for the president. Todd Carly.
Trey Yanks live for us in Israel this morning. Trey, thank you. Let's bring in Power Us founder and former Army Special Ops Intel analyst Brett Velikovich. Brett, on the one hand, we have CENTCOM confirming more than 9,000 targets have been struck as a part of Operation Epic Fury. On the other hand, you have President Trump talking about this 5-day pause. Do you expect this pause to ultimately lead to a negotiated end to this conflict? And is Iran really looking for diplomacy?
And like I said, if it does come to, diplomacy, now is going to be a bit tough because now Trump got to find out a way to do diplomacy with Iran and make us look strong. And the only way I see that happening is if, like I said, to get under a stricter version of the JCPOA. But then this is where it could not turn so good for us, where if we give like Iran one of their demands and we don't get them under a stricter version of the JCPOA and they're able to nuclear enrich, the regime is still in power, a lot of us going to be looking like, well, what do we even do this for? But if we get to the table and we're able to, make sure they're not enriching uranium no more, at least, then we can see that as a win.
Well, I think the administration's been very clear. The objective is not endless war, it's decisive results. And so right now we're seeing this, not just this symbolic bombing campaign. This is the strategic dismantling of the enemy's entire ability to fight so that they can never toy with nuclear Armageddon again. So there's a lot more, obviously, that can also be done from the air to continue that leverage. Air campaigns like this, they don't just destroy targets. They're going to collapse entire systems. You're degrading logistics, command and control networks, communications, resupply chains. And I think what we're already seeing is that Iran's missile and drone output has dropped dramatically because of these strikes. And so continued air operations, they can go even deeper, in my opinion. We can target mobile launchers, leadership nodes, air defenses, stop Iran from regenerating their capability, and really keep tightening that pressure until they can no longer project forces outside their borders and we can have lasting peace in that region.
Okay, so from air to potential boots on the ground, the Times is reporting senior military officials are weighing a possible deployment of a combat brigade from the Army's 82nd Airborne Division and some elements of the division's headquarters staff to support U.S. military operations in Iran. You hear that word support, support, support over and over again. But at the end of the day, do you expect boots on the ground as the inevitable next phase of this conflict if peace is not achieved?
Well, Todd, look, in reality, there are limits to what air power alone can achieve. You can destroy infrastructure, you can degrade capability, but there are certain objectives that require physical control. You can bomb a position all day long, but until you control it, your enemy always has the ability to come back. And I think air power gets us maybe 80 to 90% of the way there, but high impact ground operations, if used correctly, secure that final outcome and close the gap. And that's why you're seeing these discussions about airborne troops, Marine elements, potentially moving into the region, not for occupation, but for precision missions. We have to seize key positions, eliminate remaining threats, and then lock down these strategic areas that Iran uses to threaten global shipping and U.S. forces. And I think right now that Iran is really trying to bet that the United States doesn't have the will to finish what it started. They're not confused. They're a bit calculating. And right now they're calculating that we're not going to hit back hard enough. And that's why real American leadership here matters. President Trump's been dealing with a situation that didn't develop overnight. It's the result of years of hesitation of our feckless leaders and strategic drift. And so,
nah, not really. Like I said, Obama getting them under the JCPOA, yeah, that kind of nipped this entire problem in the butt. Now, if you're, like I said, if you're complaining about their regime or their ballistic missiles, then I mean, sure, like Obama didn't take care of that. But when it came to their having an eye on their nuclear enrichment, yeah, well, we was able to take care of that. So we can't, I mean, a president did solve it, except one president decided to rip it up and get out of it and put us right back on this path. And that was sadly Donald Trump.
What we're seeing right now is the United States reestablishing that clarity, that the global economy can't be held hostage, that nuclear brinksmanship has consequences. And our military right now, frankly, is the only thing standing between stability and total disruption in that region.
Yeah, but our military was the reason why there is total instability and total disruption in that region. So, I mean, I hope we're able to clean up the mess that we caused. I'll be real with you. It's a bit wild to sit there, cause this mess, and be like, oh, guys, we can't clean it. We need help. Like, come on now. We're the ones who started it.
And so we need to do whatever it takes to ensure that total victory is secured.
Brett, you mentioned the calculus going on in Iran. Listen to this. The Wall Street Journal is out with a report this morning that Saudi Arabia and the UAE, you know, Iran's neighbors, are getting closer to actually joining the fight against Iran. In about 30.
They don't want to do that. They don't want to do that. Because if they do, then, bro, their energy infrastructure will be destroyed. Like, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Their people will be attacked and be put in danger. No ifs, ands, or buts about it, more than they already are right now. So, I mean, cool. If that's what they want to do, great. But I hope they know the consequences that come with that.
Seconds. How would that impact this?
And the thing is, they have every right to do so because Iran attacked them first. So, I mean, I'm not saying that they don't got the right to. I'm just saying that they better be able to take those consequences on the chin and not sit there and look at us like, oh, America, help us, help us. Like, you wanted to get involved. You should have just sat your asses on the side.
Conflict going forward.
Well, I think our neighbors are tired of it. If anything that these strikes have done has brought our allies closer and closer. Groups that normally would remain neutral are tired of taking Shahed strikes every single night and seeing their tourist centers bombed. Iran's terror empire, in my opinion, is on borrowed time. The mullahs, they've been misfiring. They've tried to sow chaos in the region. Their spokesmen are being silenced forever, and America and its allies are about to end this once.
I mean, the Iranian foreign minister is still talking. I mean, they got that one guy in Pierce that's still talking. The regime is still in power. The mullahs, yeah, they're still in power, by the way. And this is why it's hard to watch Fox News, because it's like, they're completely over exaggerating on the success that's going on. Like, I'm not saying there's no success at all, but when you sit there, you say, oh, well, the regime and the mullahs are gone or they've been toppled. No, they haven't. No, they haven't. Or their will still wouldn't be being carried out by striking Iran. I mean, not striking Iran, but striking Israel and the Gulf states. So no, that hasn't. So it's like I'm gonna be real with you. They over embellish of the success of the United States military, and we have success. But the way they make it seem as if, oh, well, Iran shouldn't be striking back. They shouldn't be able to close the Strait of Hormuz, but they are. So I'm sorry, but you can't sit here and say we're having this overwhelming success while they're closing the Strait of Hormuz and they're still firing upon our allies.
And for all.
And now the question becomes, not only who are you negotiating with, but how many different groups are you negotiating with? You've got the secular, you've got the religious factions. Really, the common person like you and I doesn't really know who's in charge. Hopefully, the White House is negotiating with somebody who can actually end this. But to your point, Brett, we will see. Brett Velikovich, is always a pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now.
All right, though, let's get over to the next one real quick here because this happened 3 hours ago. Iran attacks escalates across the Gulf states after deadly strike in Bahrain. Let's get right into it because, like I said, apparently this is supposed to be a ceasefire, but people are still firing.
Has been killed, but... Well, Iran has carried out more attacks across the Gulf region. A military contractor working for the United Arab Emirates has been killed in an Iranian attack in Bahrain. Let's bring in Russell Serda in the Saudi capital of Riyadh. And Russell, I think several more were injured in this incident too. Tell us more.
Indeed. So first, we have received a statement that was released by the Bahraini Armed Forces and confirming that a service member has been killed. But minutes after that, so the United Arab Emirates Armed Forces and Minister of Defense, they have released another statement saying that the person that was killed was indeed a civilian contractor of Moroccan national working for the United Arab Emirates Armed Forces, was killed in an attack, a missile attack from Iran. And also they're confirming that 5 more members of the United Arab Emirates Defense Forces also were injured, that injured people have been evacuated and they are taken to the hospital. So this is a new escalation, of course, because we're seeing for the first time that many of the figures that are members of the armed forces of the United Arab Emirates are injured and one civilian contractor killed. So that is definitely going to have further complicate the ongoing conflict and also putting a huge strain over the relations of Iran with its Arab Gulf states nations in the region. And while all that is happening, there also have been at least 5 missiles attacks on UAE and 17 drones. And the same case goes with Bahrain. So Bahrain saying that through the day they have intercepted Iranian drones, and there has been a fire broke out at one of the companies as a result of the Iranian attacks. So Emiratis are saying that so far nearly 400 ballistic missiles and nearly 2,000 drones were fired over their airspace, and Bahrain is saying 153 missiles. So these are huge numbers considering the size of these countries. Here in Saudi Arabia, since the morning on, we have seen waves of the Iranian drones, particularly targeting the eastern province of the country. And that is important because eastern province is where the 70% of Saudi Arabia's energy resources are located, and also major energy facilities are also there. But Saudi Arabia has an advantage that many of the other Arab Gulf states do not have. Saudi Arabia can bypass the Strait of Hormuz by transporting that oil from the eastern coast to the west, to the city of Yanbu, which is a port city, an industrial hub for Saudi Arabia. And 30% of Saudi Arabia's oil goes to the global market through the city of Yanbu. 40 years ago, they have built a pipeline carrying the oil from the eastern part of the country to the west. And now the officials here are saying that before the war, the capacity was roughly around 2 million barrels of oil per day, but that now that they have increased it, is roughly around 3 million, and there are plans to soon increase that to 4 million barrels of oil per day. However, having said that, Iran is also targeting the city of Yanbu as well in the recent days, and that is putting a huge pressure between the fragile relations between Riyadh and Tehran.
Indeed. All right, we'll leave it there for now. That's a picture from Riyadh. Russell Serda reporting.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and get over to the next video on Fox News. On high alert, Iran's military capabilities beyond Middle East raise concerns. And like I said, due to the range of one of the rockets that went about what? They said like 4,000 kilometers. Yeah. Due to that, we're kind of on high alert. But like I said, it also does show that, well, what? Iran was giving us restraint while having the capability to strike all these targets. I mean, man, are they these radical jihadists that y'all make them out to be, or are they just our military opponent who's just retaliating to our aggression? I mean, what is it at this point?
Welcome back to Special Report. Let's take a closer look at the threat Iran's military poses to countries in the region and beyond. Since the conflict began, the regime in Tehran has launched repeated retaliatory strikes. This map shows the U.S.-Israeli strikes in Iran, these yellow dots here, and then the retaliatory Iranian action against the Gulf countries of Oman, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait. These are the red squares. Now, energy infrastructure is in the crosshairs, with Iran targeting key Gulf sites, such as this attack on an oil refinery in Kuwait last week. And there are rising concerns about Iran's military capabilities outside of the Middle East. Now, Friday, Iran fired 2 missiles at the island of Diego Garcia down here, a joint U.S. military and British military base in the Indian Ocean. It lies about 2,500 miles away from Iranian territory. Neither missile hit. The attack was Iran's first operational use of intermediate range ballistic missiles. The ability to fire them could threaten European cities, such as Paris.
Yeah, I think they're like 1,000 miles away from an intercontinental ballistic missile at that point. Like 1,000 miles away.
Or London. Just over 2 weeks ago, Iran's foreign minister claimed his country had intentionally limited the range of its missiles below that distance.
We have capability to produce missiles, but we have intentionally limited ourselves to below 2,000 kilometers of range because we don't want to be felt as a threat by anybody else in the world.
Now, one of President Trump's stated goals of Operation Epic Fury.
And here's the thing, though, like, you know, we wouldn't have to worry about any of this if we didn't attack Iran. They wouldn't have to worry about how far the missiles hit, if they had nuclear, if they were willing to go towards a bomb, if we didn't attack them and we practiced diplomacy, we wouldn't be in this situation. I hope you guys know this. But also, hold on, actually, let me make sure I have his point down all the way.
Range, because we don't want to be felt as a threat by anybody else in the world.
Oh yeah. Also, these guys make missiles underground. So there's two things that could happen. They either been had these missiles, which is most likely the situation, or they started rushing to build these missiles after the strikes on Iran. Because that's what seems to Iran always does. The more we escalate, the more we show aggression, is the closer they get to, well, higher range missiles and a nuclear weapon. Like every time we show them aggression, I mean, you would kind of think we choose a different route, since the more we aggress towards them, that's like, I'm gonna be real with you. The more we aggress towards them, the more we push them towards the things that we don't want them to have, that we don't want them to do. But it seems, and when we had them under diplomacy, or we were using diplomacy with Obama, we kind of steered them away from what we didn't want them to do. But I mean, nobody's really trying to admit that or see that.
Now, one of President Trump's stated goals of Operation Epic Fury is to destroy Iran's ballistic missile arsenal and production capability. As the president's Friday deadline to reopen the Strait of Hormuz approaches, thousands of U.S. Marines are expected to arrive in the Middle East that same day. You can see all of the U.S. assets, military assets, already in the region. As we reported earlier, the commander of the 82nd Airborne Division has been ordered to deploy to the Middle East for possible land operations. And there is speculation.
Whoa. And you know what's so crazy? Like, this is what kills me, right? Because like I said, I was getting into it with Monty last night, and he was like, did you just say there were going to be boots on the ground? I said, like, no, I didn't say that. I said, if we want to effectuate regime change, we're going to need boots on the ground. Also, I should have added, oh yeah, if we also want to take care of their nuclear capabilities and secure their nuclear stockpile, we're going to need boots on the ground. So even to contain their nuclear capabilities, we still might have to put boots on the ground. For regime change, most certainly. But to get handles on their nuclear capabilities, yeah, we're going to need to go ahead and put boots on the ground if we want to secure those, unless you want to just blow them up and cause a nuclear fallout. But if we're not, then we're going to have to secure that. And then it's kind of funny when we see stuff like this on Fox News, but then, MAGA will sit here to our face. I'm sorry, guys, I got to call you out on this. We'll sit here into our face about, there's no troops coming in. What you mean? What you talk about? There's no troops. You're being a panicking. While also hearing this at the same time.
Assets, military assets, already in the region. As we reported earlier, the commander of the 82nd Airborne Division has been ordered to deploy to the Middle East for possible land operations. And there is
possible. Don't mean they're happening. And I'm not saying that they're happening. I'm just saying that, it's kind of funny how our own military is literally telling us that we might be putting troops on the ground, but I'm called a panicking for pretty much suggesting that we might do so when our own government is telling us to our face. Okay, guys. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Like, please call media on American One for this, calling out what I'm seeing.
Speculation that the U.S. could or would use ground forces for missions inside Iran, or possibly to take Karg Island right here. Now, Karg Island is a 5-mile strip of land in the Persian Gulf. It holds Iran's most important oil facility, an export terminal that handles 90% of the country's crude. As Iran continues to export oil and fund its military, the Trump administration is reportedly considering an operation to seize that island. Such a move would carry risks for American forces. If they had to travel through the Strait of Hormuz, they would well be within range of Iranian missiles and drones. Another point of contention in the strait is Abu Musa and the Greater Tomb and Lesser Tomb. These are islands, the islands controlled by Iran, but claimed by the UAE, the Emirates. They've long been a source of dispute between the two countries. They straddle, as you can see here, the mouth of the Strait of Hormuz, offering significant strategic value near the world's most critical energy choke point.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox.
All right, here, let's go ahead and get into the next video here. Iran, no opportunity for U.S. talks. Suspect Trump's ruse Yeah, they're saying it's a ruse for a ground invasion. And you know what? I mean, it is kind of wild how we just watched Fox News pretty much say, yeah, while this 5-day ceasefire is going on, just want to let you know that the 82nd Airborne is bringing in ground troops. Just want to let y'all know that, though. And then when we call that out, well, what? We're being panicans. Like at a certain point, bro, there's so much cope going on in MAGA. I just don't know what to say. And I never thought it'd be us, but it is. Like, the cope is insane.
More on this, let's explore it further. Joining us from Tehran is Elam Kakodai, who's an assistant professor at the University of Tehran, and also joining us here in the studio is Ross Harrison, who's a senior fellow at the Middle East Institute in Washington, D.C., where everybody knows who you are by now, and author of that famous book, Decoding Iran's Foreign Policy. Ross, I'll come to you in a second, but Elam, if I could start with you. It seems pretty evident that there have not been any negotiations. It's more a passing of messages that's been going on through third parties. But do you think now the Iranians see this opportunity as a possibility to try and find a resolution?
Absolutely not. I think that in Iran, no one sees this even as a kind of an opportunity. I think that's not even the word that people in Iran, whether it's the politicians, the military, the people on the streets, they do not use that word to describe it. There's a completely negative kind of attitude to any form of speaking with the Americans, and that's very natural given the result that this had, 2 rounds of talking with the Americans during this administration, never mind the previous ones that we had these negotiations. And ultimately,
wait, hold on, you're a professor. Yeah, I mean, guys, women in Iran don't get an education. Yeah, they do. Yes, they do. Assistant professor at the University of Tehran. I know, right? People don't even understand that a lot of women, they choose to do this. They choose to follow their religion to such a strict code. So when you guys sit there and say that, oh, the Iranian women, need to be liberated, you're the ones that's pretty much saying that they can't choose how to live their life, and you want to invoke your liberal standard of life onto them when they want a more conservative one. And if anybody don't respect the way people live, I would say probably it's the American women in our country who don't respect the way other women live around the world. Crazy, I know, right?
Result that this had, 2 rounds of talking with the Americans during this administration, never mind the previous ones that we had these negotiations, and ultimately they didn't result in anything positive for the Iranians. So this time around, I think people have learned their lessons, and they know that talking with the Americans is not going to bring anything positive for us.
So Adam, just to clarify that, you do not think any negotiations will take place when they're talking about having talks in Pakistan, aren't they?
Yeah, are they?
At this stage, no, absolutely not.
Oh. So Ross, what's your reading of what Elam has just said and what Donald Trump was saying yesterday, and the cloud of mystery over what he was saying without any backing, it seems?
Yeah, and the reason there's a cloud of mystery that for some reason MAGA don't want to address, because it's like, so y'all don't see how weird this sounds. He's talking about 5-day ceasefire. We're talking to Iran. And remember, he said all this and we're like, oh yeah, hell yeah. But then Iran comes out and says, no, we're not talking with you. We're still continuing our strikes in Israel in the Gulf region. And now that got us looking at Trump like, yo, Trump, then what are you talking about? And then he comes down there to clarify, like, oh, no, we're actually talking to somebody outside of the regime. And, we don't want to talk about it with them. We don't want them to get killed. And it's just like, then, bro, you're not really talking to nobody in Iran. You're not really making no real progress if you're not talking to this regime, because they're the ones whose will is being acted out upon right now. So what's going on here? Like, what's it's really confusing when you're telling us, oh, there's talks going along, but the Iranian foreign minister and media in Iran is saying there's no talks going on. So that's big confusion. 2, you're saying there's a 5-day ceasefire, but Iran is still shooting, Israel's still shooting, and Gulf states are still being hit. So what are you talking about? And I think that any reasonable person should be able to make this conclusion, like, yo, this is confusing. And honestly, we don't know what's really going on when it comes to talks with Iran. Because we just can't take the president's word for it, because the Iranian foreign minister is even saying, and people in Iran are saying that, yo, there's no talks going on.
Yeah, Nick, I mean, it's hard to know at this point. I mean, there have been talks about 2 figures that would meet together. That would be the head of the Majlis or the parliament, Speaker of the Parliament, Ghalibaf, and J.D. Vance. I mean, I certainly echo the comment that there's very little trust. Now, talks do not require trust, because at this stage, each of the parties need to trust their position, their deterrence or their capability more than the other. But at some point, they're going to have to move to some kind of conversation. But my hunch is that it's going to start more back channel first with mediation before there would be any kind of substantive talks between the two parties, given the history of attacks just following talks.
And that's the thing, isn't it, Elam? At some point, there does have to be a negotiation. It just can't carry on in this way, can it?
Well,
AKA, yeah, we can't just keep talking to Iran and then we go strike them, because that's been the pattern. And no, they don't strike us. No, we strike them. And they're the ones who try to come to us, be diplomatic, and then for some reason, we think it's okay to just bomb them while negotiating. And negotiations don't fall through or nothing. We just bomb them. That's it. That's all. So like it is pretty hard to see Iran wanting to talk to us when twice already they tried to talk to us and we bombed them every time while negotiations were still going on. So why would they want to talk to us now? I mean, and like, let's be real, like, what is talking to us going to get these bombs to start falling on them? No, because Israel's still attacking them. So really, what is the goal? Why would they do it?
I think the point here is that
please don't tell us, oh, well, they're just getting beat up, Set. No, that's not the reason. That's a very very simple-minded way of thinking about it, because they're still closing the Strait of Hormuz. They're still making money off that as well, and they're still carrying out attacks against Israel. So if they're getting beat bad down so much, then why not just stop everything that they're doing that we don't like?
that Iran has realized that imposing reality on the ground is more beneficial for us rather than talking to reach some form of deal or agreement or whatever, because that will not have any form of guarantees. As I said, we have this experience with the JCPOA, which is a formally signed and agreed upon deal between different sides, not just Iran and the US, also the Europeans. So we have experienced many different forms of talking with the Americans. And I think what's happening right now is that practically some of the sanctions that were imposed on Iran's oil practically are being removed because of the military maneuvers that Iran has had in the Strait of Hormuz. So I think right now Iranians are much more focused on the outcome of the military operations that we're going to have.
Okay, and that's what you mean. Sorry to jump in, Ellen. Is that what you mean by imposing the reality on the ground?
Yes, of course, that could be part of it. That could be part of it. Demonstrating your power and your will to use it, rather than just, talking about, we don't want to start a war, because that was Iran's approach during all this time. Even during the 12-day war, Iran was very much restrained in its response to the aggression on our country. But this time, I think the red lines have changed a lot.
It proves that Iran showed some restraint when it came to the 12-day war, when they just they let us know that they was going to send a missile towards our Qatari base. And it just goes to show, because one, they didn't have to warn us. They have the technology to go out there and blow that base up. I mean, they showed us that they could do it with just drones, not even missiles, just drones they could have did that with. So it does show that, yeah, Iran showed some restraint after that 12-day war. And it's not because they couldn't hit us back. It's because they didn't want to drag this out into a regional war.
And Iran is realizing that, this is something practically, this is translating to more, more guaranteed ways of ensuring our security. I just wanted to add this, that in Iran, many people are still this talk of negotiations itself might be a kind of an introduction for the Americans to somehow, start a kind of a ground invasion and, try to, confuse the Iranians and then start a kind of
let's put that to Ross.
Invasion somehow.
Let's put that to Ross, because we were talking about this yesterday, weren't we? And all that time, the troops get nearer and nearer. We got 2,500 coming from Japan. They're very close now. Right. Another.
Stefan, please tell me what I don't know, because you didn't even say anything. You just said, I don't know about geopolitics, but you haven't even said, all right, well, this is why you don't know about, this is why you're clueless about geopolitics. Please explain, because I ain't said nothing that was wrong. And you haven't stated anything I said to be wrong. So please be a little bit more specific when you want to criticize people, or else you just look like a dumbass.
group have left California, I think, and they're some weeks away, but nonetheless, they're coming.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't discount the possibility that this could be some kind of a route.
Bro probably watch Fox News and think he knows geopolitics.
Who's in preparation, buying some time for a ground piece here. It's not clear what kind of effect that ground invasion or ground game would create. But I do think one of the questions that I think the Iranians are probably have to struggle with is at what point have they made their point? You know, if in fact, one of the things that I think has been said, I've been saying for a couple of weeks now, is that Iran has two basic objectives coming out of this war. One is the regime survives. That's the objective, number one. Number two, they've recreated deterrence. So I think there is a risk of Iran overplaying its hand. So at some point, the question is, have they made their point yet? If it's not just about punishment, it's about actually inflicting enough pain that brings the United States to the negotiating table, then I think there's going to have to be some movement on the Iranian side as well. However, I think if there's a concern that this is not a real negotiation, this is just buying time again, and unfortunately that is
like I said, while these supposed negotiations are going down, we got Iran saying there is no talks, and we got the 82nd Airborne going over to the Middle East to possibly deploy ground troops, possibly.
History of the United States and Iran over the last year or so, then the Iranian position is going to be just to hold tight. So I think if, in fact, there is some kind of clear picture towards a diplomatic track, the Iranians are going to have to decide at what point have they made their point, and do they at least realize they have to go down the escalation ladder?
Okay, Ross. Well, let's put that to Elam. So at what point have the Iranians made their point? And indeed, that risk of overplaying their hand, because there is great potential for that, isn't there? In many ways, you could look at this and say that Iran have quite a strong hand at this moment in time.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah. Well, we are not the ones who are, losing our stockpile of missile interceptors. So I think militarily, Iran still feels that it has the strength and it has the weaponry to keep the fight going on for a long time. On the other hand, I think that the idea that we have so many military bases in the region that they make attacking Iran not just like in a situation like this when we have complete warfare, but also other situations when, the Israelis, the Americans, they just decide that they can come and assassinate certain people and then go back. And then, there's going to be no repercussion. I think that's something that the Iranians feel that even if we have a kind of a ceasefire or deal or something like that, this is going to happen again. So making sure that these bases, these military bases that America has all around us in this region, for either the countries that are hosting them come to this conclusion that they do not want to continue this cooperation with the Americans, or even technically these bases are not able to provide the logistics for the American military to carry out these attacks. I think these are this might be a kind of a very broad description. Militarily, I think maybe military experts have to explain what exactly that means to, in what situation can we say that this has been reached. But I think the whole idea here is that we are not going to go back. Iranians are not going to go back to the situation in which, you wake up one day and then you see that your country has been attacked, either, as I said, like a kind of a complete warfare like what we are in right now, or even when you have certain scientists or military officials or politicians assassinated in cold blood whilst you are not in a situation of war. So I think, and also we have the issue of the sanctions as well. That's also something that's very important to the Iranians.
Okay, understood. We just need to move it on a little bit. So if Elam's point of view is reflected in that of the leadership, we're at a very dangerous juncture, aren't we?
Yeah, I mean, listen, all sides put out a certain amount of bravado, a certain amount of, and I think on the Iranian side, obviously there's some anger, right? Because they've been attacked. And we don't know really what kind of decision-making structure is taking place in Iran. I think up to this point, the behavior they've had has been pattern behavior. But at some point, I mean, the concern I would have if from the Iranian perspective is if the Saudis and the Emiratis join the fight, then you have a completely different playbook occurring, and could change the situation on the ground for the Iranians. So I think at some point they know they can't win militarily. They're going to have to make a point about this reestablishing the deterrence, and there has to be some kind of diplomatic threat. They cannot, and getting U.S. bases out of the region, highly unlikely. In fact, I would say at this point that's off the table.
All right, well, so much more to discuss, but we run out of time, so have to leave it there for the moment. Elam Kadei and Ross here in the studio. Thanks very much, Ross Harrison. Thank you.
And all right, guys, let's go ahead and get out of geopolitics for a little bit. And actually, we're still about to head into geopolitics, but shout out to this Pierce Morgan panel. You know what? Should I save this for the next stream? Yeah, I'll save it for the next stream. F it. I'll save it for the next one. Let's go keep on with the war stuff. Let's see here.
United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia are edging closer to joining in the war against Iran as both continue to grapple with repeated missile and drone attacks inside their countries. Matt Finn is tracking the latest regional developments. He's live for us in Dubai. Matt?
Hey, John, not long ago, India's prime minister said that he had a productive phone call with our president, received a phone call from President Trump and had a useful exchange of views on the situation in West Asia. India supports de-escalation and restoration of peace at the earliest. Ensuring that the Strait of Hormuz remains open, secure, and accessible is essential for the whole world. We agreed to stay in touch regarding efforts towards peace and stability. Now, President Trump has been saying that the U.S. and Iran are communicating on ceasefire deals, claiming Iran is coming close to striking a deal.
They want peace. They've agreed they will not have a nuclear weapon, et cetera, et cetera.
Which is hilarious as hell because they've been agreed that they would never have a nuclear weapon since 2004. So, I mean, if that was the goal, I'm gonna be real with you. If that was the goal, then we got into this for no reason over something that they've already agreed to never do.
But we'll see. You have to get it done. But I would say there's a very good chance.
Now, yesterday, Iran initially denied that it's holding talks with the U.S., but now Iran's foreign minister has held separate calls with his counterparts in Egypt, Oman, Pakistan, and Turkey. And those are the same countries reportedly attempting mediation with the U.S. and Iran to end the war. So it seems like there may be some back-channel discussions going on. And the latest...
AKA what he's saying is that, well, we got other foreign ministers trying to get a hold of this guy going like, bro, look, bro, we need to get this war ended. We need you to get to the table with the United States. And apparently the Iranian foreign minister is pretty much just telling us, no. Nope. Like, why would we go to the table with people who we've came to the table twice and attacked us after? I mean, bro, if he was hitting me with that, I wouldn't even know what to tell him.
Update from the United Arab Emirates here, announcing the UAE Ministry of Defense mourns a civilian contractor, a Moroccan national, who was martyred while performing his duties during a routine mission in the Kingdom of Bahrain following an Iranian missile attack. The attack also resulted in the injury of 5 members of UAE Ministry of Defense. The ministry extends its deepest condolences to the family of the martyr, praying that God grants him mercy and wishes a speedy recovery to the injured. And also the top diplomat from the UAE, indicating that this country may jump in on the war against Iran, or at least continue to back the United States, saying that it will, quote, never be blackmailed by terrorists, in reference to Iran. John, Sandra.
Well, Iran's certainly not winning any hearts and minds in the Gulf states. Matt Finn for us in Dubai. Matt, thank you. Sandra?
Okay, let's bring in Brent Sadler now, Heritage Foundation Senior Fellow, retired Navy captain, and former Pentagon official. Brent, welcome to you. This obviously would be a big change in the scope of the war as we have seen it. What say you at this point?
Well, I mean, the potential entry of Saudi Arabia and UAE into direct conflict with Iran, I mean, they've been under blistering attacks for the better part of the last week and a half or so. And so the longer that Iran remains obstinate and resisting, ending this war, the more likely that these neighbors that are getting attacked join it. Whether or not that moves the needle to quickening the end of this war, that'll be to be seen, quite frankly.
General Keane weighed in earlier on what makes him skeptical about these talks. Listen.
I'm highly skeptical. Why? Because this is a regime for 47 years. They are pathological liars and they're cheaters. And it's very difficult to take them at their word. I'm not saying don't try, but I
mean, bro, what does that say about us? Like, hold on. Like, we're calling them pathological liars and cheaters when they trust us to negotiate in good faith, and we didn't do that. We were holding talks with them twice, and we bombed them twice. And let's be real, if these guys are these most terrible people that you make them out to be, then why didn't they take their intermediate range missile and start striking bases that are outside of the range we thought they were in? And remember, y'all went off the fear mongering that if they had the capability, they would do it. Well, my man, like I said, they had the capability and they didn't do it.
I think the president certainly and his negotiators know who these people are.
And the president has given us some sort of indication that the people with whom they are talking are, quote unquote, reasonable. So Do you have faith in these talks?
Well, I would side with General Keane on this one. This is not the time to relent at all on the military front. If anything, it's to apply more pressure to ensure that the Iranians are serious about ending their nuclear program, ending the murder of their people on the streets. The key thing, though, is probably good to reflect back on why we are where we are today with this regime. After 47 years, the nature of it's one that they can't live with their neighbors in peace, and certainly not with Israel. That's got to change. And they also have been a threat to American citizens. Well, over 1,000 of American souls have been passed because of this regime's terroristic attacks. And we need to find a place where a new regime is in Tehran that can meet that peaceful coexistence with
a new regime that is. And this is what kills me, because I know that Fox News does not speak for Trump, but they definitely do speak for what the right is aligned with. And the fact that these guys keep bringing up regime change, we need a new regime. Like, bro, now you understand why people see or they believe that this is a regime change war, because when you got Fox News who's been parroting this since the beginning of the war, it kind of makes you think like, oh, well, maybe the administration do want regime change. Maybe they do, since Fox News is saying it, and all Trump does is pretty much, well, I'll be real with you. I'll say this, he kind of goes along with Fox News and what they say. I mean, closest people in the Trump administration are guys from Fox News. I mean, Pete Hegseth is the department, is our Secretary of War, and he was from Fox News. So you can't even say I'm just pulling your leg or I'm just over exaggerating. No, Fox News does speak for what a lot of people feel on the right. And that's just the fact of the matter. So when they sit here and talk about we need regime change, we want regime change, you can't blame the Dems for sitting here going like, well, look what you guys are saying all over Fox News. They're talking about regime change, even if the president's saying that we don't want that. Even if you guys are saying that's not the goal, well, go look at Fox News and they're saying that's the goal. So I would say, look, libs, don't listen to what Fox News say to thinking that that's what the president's saying about the goal of the war. You know, I'm gonna be real with you, because remember, they've already stated that regime change is not the goal of the war. And when they do, then hey, then you could clamp down on us, and I'll be right here with you, joining y'all on that. But until then, no. Remember, they're keeping this about nuclear enrichment or their nuclear capabilities.
their neighbors, Israel and the United States. And until that, we'll be back at this again in some near future.
I'll put the New York Times headline up on the screen on the Saudi prince supposedly pushing President Trump to continue the Iran war. In these recent calls, Prince Mohammed bin Salman sees a historic opportunity to remake the region, according to people briefed by U.S. officials on the conversations. And we have heard this before, and we've heard this from President Trump as well, that we could see a whole new Middle East as a result. What do you imagine that looks like if all went as planned?
Well, I think the first observation of that would be the expansion of the Abraham Accords, which even before this conflict was actually growing. Saudi Arabia was a potential joining into that back before the October 7th attacks in 2023. I mean, that's a glimpse of the future without this regime in Tehran spreading discord and chaos and murder across the region, and certainly even on our streets, attempted assassinations here. So definitely the world will be a better place with a different government in Iran, but it's important that it's up to the Iranian people to seize this moment.
Okay.
You know, well over a plurality, in some counts, 80% want to see this theocratic.
Wrong. That's wrong. Like I said, if it was 80%, then we'd have got this regime change a long time ago. If it was 80%, you wouldn't have 61 million people registering to vote in an election controlled by the Ayatollah, and you wouldn't have 30 million people participating in that vote. Because that's already like 66%. Well, wait, 30%. Yeah, that's over 30% of the people right there. If we're just counting the 30 million. Maybe I'm a bit off on the numbers right there.
Dictatorship ended and a new page turned in Iran. I think those voices need to be heard. And again, it's for the Iranian people to act on.
Have about 30
given an opportunity.
I have about 30 seconds left. I'll leave us off with what you see happening next with all of this.
I think the next focus is going to be trying to restore some level of confidence that ships can pass through the Straits of Hormuz so oil prices can come down. That doesn't require a coalition, a formal coalition, but with the French sending a carrier strike group and perhaps other allies stepping up, I think that's the type of message that'll send to the
So guys, so pretty much over what? 30% of the Iranian people, the 30 million are willing to vote in the election, right? And then we got 61 million willing to register an election controlled by the Ayatollah or the regime. So like I said, when people sit there and say, oh, 80% of the people in Iran don't want the regime, that's a lie. That is a straight up lie. And it's an obvious lie because you just got to look at the numbers. And look at the numbers that they're going off of. You think they're going off of election numbers? No, they're going off of a poll that only polled 500,000 people out of 93 million. So I'm sorry, but you don't have a clear view of the political position in Iran. You don't. Especially listening to Fox News.
Shipping world and to the insurers that it's safe to go through that strait, or at least safe enough for the shipping to pick up and the prices to come down.
Yeah, just took a quick peek. Oil seems to be holding steady right around $92 a barrel right now. Brent, always good to get you on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and get over to the next video here.
New wave of Israel's come under a new wave of Iranian missile attacks. These are some of the latest pictures from the area. Missiles were seen streaking through the sky a short time ago, and there's been damage to at least one building in the port city of Haifa. Areas across Israel.
This is what I was saying. Like, this happened, what, 23 hours ago? This video came out 23 hours ago. And yes, these are missiles that's coming from Iran going into northern Israel, I believe. Yeah, northern Israel. So, yeah, what's up with this ceasefire when both sides? Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe you don't want to count Israel as our side, but we did pretty much tag team them on the strike. We did pretty much tag team with them on the striking of Iran. And when these two are still firing at each other, it's safe to say that, yo, what do you guys mean there's a ceasefire going on when striking between these two countries are still going on?
Come under nightly attacks from both Iran and Hezbollah in Lebanon. As Israel launches its offensive in Lebanon, there's a question whether it's on board with a possible deal with Iran. Trump has reiterated that if the agreement is reached, it will be very good for Israel.
We just spoke to Israel a little while ago. I think they'll be very happy. This will be peace for Israel, long-term peace, guaranteed peace. If this happens, and I can't guarantee it, but I think it's going to. My life is a deal. That's all I do is deals my whole life. I think this is something that's going to happen. And why wouldn't it happen?
Earlier today, I spoke with our friend, President Trump. President Trump believes that there is an opportunity to leverage the great achievements of the IDF and the U.S. military to realize the goals of the war in an agreement that will safeguard our vital interests. In parallel, we continue to attack both in Iran and Lebanon. We are methodically dismantling the missile program and the nuclear program and continue to hit Hezbollah hard. Just a few days ago, we eliminated 2 more nuclear scientists. We will safeguard our vital interests in any agreement.
Crazy. Here's Israel is trying to bomb the knowledge out of Iran, which is hilarious, by the way. And that's the funny thing about it is they literally think that they could bomb nuclear knowledge out of Iran. It's like absolutely insane and kind of homicidal. It's like something that a homicidal maniac will come up with, honestly. It's like, let me murder all the college students in America so there's all we got is uneducated. What? Like, you imagine if somebody was on that, like, oh, let's murder all the engineers in America so they can't make more missiles. Like, wait, what? Like, bro, that's a bit crazy right there.
It is live for us in the Jordanian capital, Amman. We will safeguard our vital interests. Now, that's a direct quote from Netanyahu. However, Donald Trump says he wants to try and guarantee the guaranteed peace. So there are differences between them. Do we think they will come together?
Yeah, Netanyahu there, I think, putting on a show of unity, displaying that they are in lockstep militarily with the United States. But I think behind closed doors, there are real concerns in the Israeli administration about just where any deal making might lead, because Israel does have its red lines that it doesn't want to see crossed. Netanyahu is suspected, as we know, of derailing the last round of talks brokered by Oman. Iran of encouraging Trump to turn away from negotiation, to follow the path of this conflict. And a lot of the talk about what the Trump administration has been agreeing in these back channel talks do sound very similar to what was on the table at the last round of talks. So there's real concern in Israel just about how much control they will have or not have in if they are swept up in this whirlwind of diplomacy from this White House. If the US agrees to stop fighting and tells Israel to do likewise, will they follow? They don't have to, in theory.
Dude, I mean, they ain't following right now. Well, but then again, Donald Trump didn't tell Israel to stop. The only thing Donald Trump told Israel not to do was attack energy infrastructure in Iran.
Israel could continue on their own, although that does seem unlikely, trying to wage a war by themselves against Iran. It may well be that Netanyahu might have to accept what he has gained so far and walk away. It's only a day or so ago, the head of the military in Israel was saying that in his estimation, they're only halfway through their list of intended targets. They've got 3 more weeks of fighting to go, and they would want to continue that fighting. And indeed, there has been a late night meeting of the coalition, Netanyahu's coalition partners, emergency meeting late on Monday to discuss all of this and to see just where they stand in this whole process.
But where they stand in this whole process is complicated by Israel's war on Lebanon. And there is a fear that any deal with Iran is going to mean that Israel just keeps continuing to hit Lebanon.
Yep. Pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, what's happening in Lebanon now is the more pressing concern and longer-term project for Israel. Israel has been using this conflict with Iran really as a way of taking the fight to Hezbollah, trying to fulfill this long-held ambition and promise of once and for all annihilating Hezbollah.
Annihilating Hezbollah and taking southern Lebanon. That's what they're really trying to do. Actually, there's been reports already that they want to annex southern Lebanon. I mean, shoot, just like they annexed the West Bank, and look how that's working out for the Palestinians. So once if they do get to annex southern Lebanon, be real with you, we're gonna have the same problem that we had in Gaza, but in Lebanon, and there's gonna be another October 7th, but it's gonna come from southern Lebanon, not Gaza.
We have been seeing these intensive attacks in the south, a suspicion that they're trying to set up some sort of occupation or buffer zone. The fear is for Israel that in any negotiations, Iran will set as a precondition the defense of Hezbollah, the survival of Hezbollah, that it will put pressure on the US to put pressure on Israel to stop its attacks into Lebanon. It doesn't want to see this process thwarting its long-held ambitions in Lebanon itself. And all of this, of course, plays into domestic political considerations with elections coming up in October of what Netanyahu can show to the electorate has been coming out of this conflict. One of the other promises, of course, was that they were going to finally neutralize the missile threat from Iran. But as we've seen late Monday into now the early hours of Tuesday morning, further missile strikes in the north of Israel with alerts being raised in Nazareth and Haifa.
I remember one of the things was, oh, we need to take care of their missile capability. And I'm just like, yeah, I'm be real with you. If you think that Donald Trump is going to get that out of these talks, if there's even talks going on, then you're being delusional. You're being delusional. Because I mean, like I said, if Iran is losing so bad, then, and like I said, why not just stop all operations just to go ahead and talk to America? Like, why not do that? And then if they're talking, then why are they still firing at Israel? Why are they still shooting at the Gulf states, knowing damn well this is going to piss us off? And this isn't really the best show of diplomacy or willing to hop into diplomacy. I mean, none of it makes sense right now, and we're gonna wait to see, as the days go on, to see if it start making sense. And maybe things will come out to where they reveal who we're actually talking to. The Ayatollah might, the guy who's the Ayatollah might not even be in power. We might have a different group of people who's taking control in Iran. Highly unlikely, but it's a possibility that I hope is happening. But if not, then I'm be honest with you, this is all just looks confusing. Everybody's like, both sides are saying something different. And I'm be real with you, you'd be kind of foolish to just believe one side and what's going on. I'm not saying that I don't believe Trump, and I'm not saying that I don't believe the foreign minister of Iran. I'm just saying that, these are two conflicting sayings or two conflicting stories is going on. One saying that we're talking, one saying that we're not. And we should be able to sit there and call that out and be like, look, well, I guess we got to wait because we don't know what side is actually telling the truth. And if you told me to take a wild guess due to what's going on the field, I would say that the Iranian foreign minister might be the one telling the truth due to the fact that, well, has any missile stopped being fired? No. Is the Strait of Hormuz open? No. And I mean, these will all be things that should come with a ceasefire. It's the stopping of aggression, not the continuing of aggression while we're talking. But all right.
And now images of damage on the ground reaching us from the port city of Haifa itself.
Rob McBride, live for us there in Amman.
All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and end it on this one. Don't worry, I'll be back. We're going to go ahead and react to mostly debates and all this good stuff on the topic. You know, a couple interviews. We're going to go ahead and react to Piers Morgan when I come back, and an interview from Professor Jang. He was on Redacted. He gave a pretty good interview. But all right, guys, I'm heading out. Make sure you go ahead and double tap that screen and make sure to make sure to go over to my partners over there at Kalshi. Use the promo code SETmedia to get that deal where you go ahead and put in 20, you get 20 back out. Appreciate the support, guys. I'm going to go ahead and close it down real quick, and I will go ahead and see you guys on the next live, which will be in about 2 hours. Yep, I'll be live in about 2 hours. So around 11 o'clock, 11:30, I'll be back. But like I said, let's go ahead and leave from a word from our guys over there at Kalshi. This is Set with Set Media. Make sure you like and subscribe. Peace. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, man. I'm here to talk to you about our partner, Kalshi. Kalshi is the largest legal prediction market in the United States with over 1 million users. It's available in all 50 states. They are a real money market. People trading on what they think will happen. You can build a position and trade in and out of almost any prediction you think. Kalshi facilitates trade between people, kind of like the stock market. There's no limiting your trades just because you're winning. Kalshi will pay you interest on your position. So if you make a long-term trade, you can earn a return even before the market is resolved. If you want to try out Kalshi, go ahead and give them a try, guys, at my link, kalshi.com/setmedia. Get $20 when you trade 20, so it's 20 for 20, guys. Once again, that's kalshi.com/setmedia. Go ahead and use my code SETmedia to get $20 when you trade 20. Let's go ahead and take a look here at Kalshi, because like I said, it is a trading market where you can put in your prediction and you can go ahead and earn interest on that. You can make money off the knowledge that you know, and if you put $20 in, you get $20 back. So all right, guys, make sure to go check out my guy at Kalshi, because you can get in on good trades like who will Trump nominate as Fed chair? Will Ali Khamenei be outed as the supreme leader? And will the U.S. confirm that aliens exist before 2027? So if you want to get in on this action, once again, go ahead and go to my partners at Kalshi. Go ahead and use the link, or you can hit the QR code above and use Set Media to go ahead and get $20 when you trade 20. This is Set from Set Media, and shout out to Kalshi.